Okay, welcome everybody. I think we'll get going. I'm Florian North. I'm the director of the University Museum at Hong Kong U. I'm also an associate professor in the School of Humanities. And with Bei Yunfei, whom you see here, who is a fellow in the Society of Fellows at the School of Humanities at Hong Kong U, and soon an assistant professor at Lingnan University in Hong Kong. We organized this, as you know, we've been in touch with the speakers to bring together a number of scholars who work on Buddhist studies, who are familiar with Tuchi, and who are invited and so quickly and so favorably responded to our request to join us here today. We also organized this small symposium with the support of the Italian Cultural Institute in Hong Kong, and I was still waiting for Stefano Fossati to join us here today. I'm sure he will join us, but he doesn't seem to be here yet. Stefano, are you here now? Maybe not. Stefano was very keen to support this symposium. Some of you are familiar with him. He is also, in his own right, an accomplished scholar familiar with Tucci and his work. And here in Hong Kong, as head of the Italian Cultural Institute, was very much a driving force for the three of us together to develop this program. He reached out to some of you, and so we are very happy to put together this program of just the 9 papers here this afternoon in Hong Kong and morning in Europe. So thank you all very much. I think the format will be very relaxed. Yunfei and I decided that he will introduce the first speakers. I will later join and introduce during the second half, and then at the end we will end with some closing remarks. We thought it makes most sense if each group, each panel moves forward in such a way that the speakers speak one after the other, and that we then at the end have questions for all 3 speakers before we move on to the next panel. So I think we will do that, and we will start, and without further ado, I will hand over to Yunfei.
Okay, and good afternoon for those of you who are joining us from Hong Kong, and good morning for those of you who are joining the online symposium from Europe. I'm Bai Yunfei, and I'm currently a postdoctoral fellow in the Society of Fellows in the Humanities at HKU, and I will be joining the Department of Translation Studies at Lingnan University later this month as assistant professor. As Florian just said, I'm co-organizing this event with Florian and with the support from Stefano Fossati, who is the director of the Italian Cultural Institute here in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, Stefano hasn't materialized yet, but hopefully he will materialize at the end of the symposium, and I will ask him to deliver a short closing remark. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our opening keynote speaker, Professor Sache from Peking University. Professor Sache is an associate professor of Tibetan and Sanskrit at Peking University in China. He is also affiliated with the Research Institute of Sanskrit Manuscripts and Buddhist Literature at the same university. A native of Dege in Kham, Eastern Tibet, Professor Sache carried out fieldwork in many locations in Tibet, and he has also been very actively presenting his research overseas at various international institutions in Europe and America. Most notably, in 2009, Professor Tucci co-translated together with Giuseppe Tucci's magnum opus Indo-Tibetica into Chinese. Professor Tucci is also a corresponding member of the Italian Institute for Africa and the Orient in Rome. So without any further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Professor Tucci, and he's going to give us a talk on translating Tucci's research on Tibetan art history. Please join me in welcoming Professor Tucci.
Okay, thanks, Yunfei. First, I want to share my screen. Okay. Okay, now you can see my screen. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here with you, even online, to share my understanding of Giuseppe Tucci, especially his two monument works on Tibetan studies, which I will mention later. As you can see, I just changed my title a little bit, not the original one, but this content is the same, I think. First, I want to send my gratitude to the conference organizers who invited me. I know one of them, Yunfei. He was a student of my university. When I received the invitation, I'm thinking, what should I say about Tucci, such a polymath whose research field and achievement beyond my knowledge in many aspects. Sorry. Okay. Since I participated in the Chinese translation of his Indo-Tibetica, and now I'm translating his Tibetan painting scrolls, so it may be a wise choice to limit my discussion on these two works, especially the first one. I would like to share 2 points with you. One is our translation process and translation strategies, and the other is our experience and reflection on Tucci's academic research in the process of translation. I'd like to call it Beyond Object, Approaching Humanity. In short, for the translation of the Indo-Tibetica, the way we adopted was similar to the traditional Chinese Buddhist scripture translation process. Our translation has gone through the first draft, the second draft, the unified draft, and final draft, and other stages. In each stage, we have cooperated with many scholars in all aspects. The present translation is the crystallization of the hard cooperation of many scholars, and everyone has made corresponding contributions in their professional field. During this course, on the basis of being faithful to the original work, we have gradually formed our own translation strategies and ideals. That is, for such academic works that has been published for more than half a century, we are not satisfied with merely just translation, but think about how to maintain and even improve its academic influence in some aspect, especially how to return the Oriental civilization discussed by Tucci to its own context, so that Chinese readers can better understand the work. We have made some effort and attempts to achieve this goal, including, so the first is in order to maintain the precision of academic work, the Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Chinese document quoted in the original work need to be proofread and verified again. And at the same time, some omissions and inaccuracies in this book also need to be verified and corrected. Second, the original works involved a large number of Tibetan and Sanskrit proper nouns and terms. In order to make readers familiar with this word and facilitate researchers to check and quote the original word, we try to transcribe Tibetan and Sanskrit proper nouns and terms that first appeared in one page of Chinese translation. And third one is, it has been more than half a century since the publication of the original work. During this period, some new research results have emerged one after another, and we also try to refer to and reflect them in Chinese translation. The last one is the original book discusses the Eastern religion philosophy, and the audience is Western readers. Therefore, many concepts and discussions are based on Western religion philosophy. The Chinese translation tries to restore these conceptions and discussions to the Eastern religious philosophy, especially the Tibetan Buddhist philosophy, and find appropriate Chinese expression for those conceptions and discussions. Based on the above principle, our initial intention is to check the original document cited by Tuchi as much as possible. But most of the Tibetan citations in the Indo-Tibetica are based on the printed copies or manuscripts collected during Tuchi's investigation, which are inconsistent with the text available to us in terms of version and page number. And some manuscripts, such as the biography of Rinchen Rambo, had not been published in the corresponding version. If we cannot access them, the only thing we can do is just follow Tuchi. Apparently, it is not a good choice. Sorry. When the translation is basically finished, we felt it is still necessary to go to the Fondo Tuchi Tibetano in the library of Yijiao in Roma. Check the relevant Tibetan document used by Tuchi. In order to be productive before departure, we transferred the bibliographic information of text to be checked to the relevant persons of the library in advance. During the text checking period, when we arrived at the library early in the morning, the managers had picked up the books we need to check that day and put them on the reading table for us to check. If the checking was completed that day, they would prepare the material we needed in advance the next day. With their strong support and cooperation, this work was completed successfully. We carefully checked the Tibetan text cited in the original book one by one, and noted the inconsistent except for those that cannot be found. In this process, we also got another unexpected experience, that is to observe Tuchi's reading habit and annotations closely. Many texts we checked left traces of Tuchi's reading, lines, circles, dot, and note in various colors, showing his amazing reading capacities and familiarity with Tibetan language. The Tibetan document used by Tuchi can be classified into two groups. One is literature, and the other is inscription. Due to the limitation of time and conditions, we cannot check most of the inscriptions. Some of them only preserved by Tuchi's record and now last forever. Following his readings our only choice. Some inscriptions had been studied by other scholars after Tuchi. For example, the inscription of the Temple of Tabor. We know Professor Bedan and Lutz published the inscription about Tabor, so we followed their research achievement. We have also referred to this research results as much as possible. Among these inscriptions, there is an exception. That is the inscriptions of the Great Stupa at Jiangxi, which itself occupied almost the whole part of the fourth volume of the Indo-Tibetica. According to Tuchi, the inscription of the Great Stupa of Jiangxi is a remarkable example of Tibetan inscriptions that we know little about. So he especially published all the inscriptions and offered a translation. When we translate this part, we find that there are many descriptions between the inscription and Tuchi translation. And there are also some problems in the inscription itself. For the Great Stupa of Jiangzi, also special studies have been carried out in China and in the West after Tuchi. But the inscription had never been fully touched. We decided to visit the Great Stupa of Jiangzi, check the inscription on site. And it turned out our decision is correct, and our work is fruitful. By checking the original inscriptions, we found many omissions in the recording of Tuchi, ranged from an individual word and sentence to the inscription of the whole chapel, amounting for about 1/3 of the total inscriptions. In this way, we have given a relatively complete inscription of the Great Stupa of Jiangzi. The Chinese translation of the inscription is based on Tibetan rather than Tuchi's translation. In order to reflect the style of Tibetan writing, the Chinese translation of Tibetan verses is translated in the same form, and the number of Chinese characters is also consistent with the number of syllables in Tibet. We hope that when reading these inscriptions, readers can not only understand the content, but also appreciate the style. The Indo-Tibetica is a series of publications published in different years. During this period, Tuchi also supplemented and revised some of the previous content in the process of research. For the supplementary revisions, we added them in corresponding places to reduce the trouble of readers' cross-conference. We also note the omissions and inaccuracies of original work pointed out by subsequent scholars. If there are relevant Chinese translations of documents cited in the original book, as well as the latest research results directly related to the themes of original book, we will do our best to supplement them. The translator's note of the Chinese translation of Indo-Tibetica have reached more than 1,200, which shows our effort in this regard. The second volume of Indo-Tibetica is devoted to Rinxin Zangbo. Tuchi frequently used the biography of Rinxin Zangbo and his fundamental material. It is a real Tibetan manuscript, and if we don't refer to this manuscript, some places in Tuchi's book will not be easy to clarify. As far as I know, the document has not yet been discovered or published in China, I mean before our book published. So we decided to publish its photocopy at the end of the book as an appendix. When Tuchi discussed the Great Stupa of Jiangzi, he mentioned a catalog of Great Stupa of Jiangzi. According to Tuchi, it is an old manuscript without author's information. Even local monks didn't know its existence. Tuchi frequently referred to it when describing the mural paintings of each chapel. Although we later learned that the content of this manuscript was included in the biography of Jiangzi King, which had already been published in China. Considering the relationship between two texts, I mean our manuscript and the biography of Great King of Jiangzi, then relationship need to further study, and the readers who can refer to Tibetan text will benefit from it. We also decided to publish its photocopy at the end of the book. In the Indo-Tibetica, Tuchi records many Buddhist temples and their religious objects and mural paintings, and took pictures of them. When he described the mural painting of temples, if there was no schematic diagram, it was difficult for us to locate the location of this mural plate. When we face the Great Stupa of Jiangzi, the situation becomes more serious. Therefore, we draw schematic diagrams for each Buddhist temple where Tuchi has published the plate to help readers to better understand Tuchi's description and discussion. This work is done by Giuseppe Tucci. As far as the reference and bibliography in the Indo-Tibetica are concerned, Tuchi often give their abbreviations form, sometimes even too brief, which is inconsistent with today's academic norms, and is not conducive to readers to find the original source. We followed the current academic norms to make a unified treatment and complement them. This work was undertaken by Francisco Darani and I. The Indo-Tibetica has 4 volumes, 7 parts. We have supplemented and improved the index of each volume of the original, and made it into a separate volume. Besides the word index, we have added a subject index and a multilingual checklist. That means Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Chinese. This reference material form an additional part together with the original 7 parts. So I will go to the second part actually. I give a title just like Beyond Objects Approaching Humanity. This is my personal experience when we translated Tuchi's Indo-Tibetica. So here we go. In the process of translating the Indo-Tibetica, we are more and more aware that there are 2 lines intertwined in the book. One is the open line, that is the exploration of Tibetan religious art and its significance, and the other is the invisible line. That is through this research to find the religious psychology that inspired this kind of visual art, and then reveal the deeper connection between Eastern civilization and Western civilization. Therefore, the start point of Tuchi's research is Tibetan art, but his vision is very broad, which can be described as the study of human civilization from a global perspective. Under such a background, the study of Tibetan art has become a case study of his exploration of human civilizations. In the above 2 works, I mean the Indo-Tibetica and Tibetan painting scroll, Tuchi also revealed such intentions. In the preface of the first volume of the Indo-Tibetica, Tuchi expanded the material dealt with in the series, the geographical scope of the study, the ultimate purpose of the study, etc. According to him, the Indo-Tibetica is a collection and study of archaeology materials, manuscripts, and literature. The geographical scope of the study is India and Tibet, which is also the reason for the name of this series. The purpose of the study is to start from understanding of Buddhism, gradually in-depth understanding of the Indian soul and the broad sense of Oriental spirit. And the ultimate goal is to touch and grasp the hope of the link between the Western civilization and the Eastern civilization. In the introduction of the part 1 of the 3rd volume of the Indo-Tibetica, Tuchi mentioned the necessity of combining literature with the field work, and believed that the focus of the investigation monument is to pay attention to the artistic and iconographic materials contained therein. Tuchi's purpose was to cooperate with the literature and field research to penetrate the basic theme, internal meaning of Tibetan Buddhist art, to touch the bottom of pure experience hidden in the complex schema composed of color, lines, and images, and to understand the esoteric Mahayana belief through the view of restful deities. In the preface of the Tibetan painting scrolls, he said, Tibetan painting reproduces the Tibetan soul like a mirror. This painting is an unfolding panoramic vision of Tibetan soul, its religious life, and its history. Therefore, we can see that the foundation of Tuchi's research lies in his insight of the interconnection of Eastern civilization and the Western civilization. He always believed that the Eastern and the West were not antagonistic, but complementary and inseparable. Tuchi wrote, here I show you, in 1977, European and his historians have made a great mistake, considering Asia and Europe are two distinct continents, where in reality we must regard it as a single continent, Eurasia, so united in its part that it is not a major event in one that cannot find its reflection in the other. Tucci's academic research is not just the study of Tibetan and Tibetan art history and Tibetan culture, but should be regarded as his commitment to gradually deepen the understanding of the common humanistic concern between the East and the West. Tucci's vision is still alive today. Considering today's complex work situation, we particularly need scholars with humanistic concern. Then, what we can learn from Tucci? I think there are at least the following points. So first is Tucci's academic research benefited from his mastery of multiple languages in the East and West. For the former, we know he learned Sanskrit, Tibet, Chinese, etc. We often say that language is a window to understand another nation. Tucci set an example with his own practice. The second is Tucci's academic research benefited from his familiarity with the research object and field work. With his great strengths, extraordinary language talent, and unique personal communication skills, Tucci can easily get a lot of information that ordinary people cannot get. The third one is about the methodology. And for the study of Tibetan culture, Tucci adopted the following research approach. First, comprehensively grasp the historical background of the research object and understand the important event and their cause and consequence during this period through a large number of literature reading. The second, to examine and interpret the literature and visual material closely related to the research object. The third is to contrast the writing material with the result of the field work, confirm or revise the record of the literature, seek the trace of the history, highlight the unique value of visual materials, and then outline the dynamic and cyclic process from text to image, from image to text for us. Tucci's research method is worth of our imitation, I think. The last one is we should not ignore Tucci's insurance for his research object. In the process of translating the Indo-Tibetica, we are deeply moved more than once by Tucci's great affections for Tibet. The Tibetan culture and art in his writing with these is like introducing an old friend he had known for many years. These narratives, together with Tucci's investigation diary, vividly describe Tucci's understanding and recognition of Tibetan culture in the depth of his art. I think this is also the inexhaustible impetus for him to devote himself to the study of Tibetan art. In the process of translation, I gradually realized that Tucci was not only a learned scholar. In the process of translation, I gradually realized that Tucci was not only a learned scholar, but also a practitioner who fully integrated academic research into spiritual cultivation. His discoveries continue to become ideology sparks that enlighten our mind. Today, when we read and appreciate Tucci's work again, we neither should be satisfied with simple acquiring of knowledge, nor should just follow his research vision and approach to provide nutrients for our own research. Instead, penetrating the surface of text, we must touch Tucci's humanistic concerns and think about the mission of intellectuals. Thank you for your all listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Sajid, for your insightful talk. And I'm pretty sure that many people in the audience have questions, but as Florian said before, we'll just move on to ask our next presenter to give her talk, and then at the end of the first three presentations, we will give floor to the audience to raise questions to the three panelists at the same time. So I'm going to introduce our next presenter, Federica Olivoto. Federica graduated from Sapienza University of Rome with a full degree in Chinese language and literature. She currently works at the Italian Libraries Association Library as an archivist, where she is in charge of cataloging Tucci's personal library. So in brief, Federica is an expert of Italian Orientalists. And so without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Federica, who is going to talk to us on Tucci's academic contribution and research interests. Thank you.
Okay, this is not the title, but can I share the screen with my PowerPoint?
Oh, of course, go ahead.
Okay, just confirm that you can hear me properly, and then you can see it properly as well. Okay. Okay, can you see it properly?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And good morning and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the organization of this symposium, and also for giving me the opportunity to present the cataloging work that we are carrying out in the ECAO library, where I am in this moment. This project started in November 2019, and it is still ongoing. Obviously, the bibliographic material hosted in this library is linked in depth with the figure of the great Orientalist Giuseppe Tucci, as it concerns within his collection 3 different found by him donated in 1959 to the library of the then ISMEO, the institution he created with together with Gentile in 1933. And you can read them listed here. This first one already mentioned is the Tuchi Tibetan Fund, and it consists in a huge number of xylographies and manuscripts of Tibetan text. And we have a full and a complete catalog of these by Professoressa De Rossi Philibek. A second one, it consists of about 200 Buddhist texts in original and in reproductions in various formats. And finally, this last one, the so-called Tuchi Modern Fund, is actually a collection of modern books. We're talking about monographies and periodicals, articles collected in volumes, and a little number of early printing books. This is located in the library reading room, available for students and for scholars, for library users to be consulted, even when the library became part of the ECAO in 1995. And this, I think, it represents important, I would say even crucial, resource for the study of the cultures in Southern, Central, Eastern Asia. And it focused on the subjects that more interested Tucci. I can mention a few of them: archaeology, art history, history of religions, linguistics, philosophy, philology. All books published in many countries, both Oriental and Western, and in over 40 different languages. But there is another reason why this collection is so important for the Oriental studies. And I'm referring to all those elements added to the printed pages of the books of the collection. So dedication, ownership notes, reading signs, notes, inserts. All this information can be useful addition to support the story, to outline the story and the development of the Asian studies. And I will try to explain how and why. I will limit my consideration here now to the Chinese studies and also to the sinologists who left marks on these books for two reasons, basically. The first one is this my field of study. And the second is that the cataloging process of the collection, that it is still ongoing, has been completed for the section related to this subject. So it's possible maybe already to come to few conclusions. So let's start with let's say the first stage of Tucci's career. And when he was focused on the classical Chinese text and the Chinese thought, and he studied in depth the works written by Carlo Puini, who was professor of geography and history of East Asia in Florence. And of this young Tucci, on big part of the books written by Puini, we can read on the title page often the ownership note, the surname only, or the surname following the first letter of the name, as you can see in the picture here. And on few books, as for example in this publication of La Vecchia Cina, the Ancient China, we can read a few handwriting notes added to the text in a very tiny and tidy calligraphy, usually written in ink on the margins of the book. And this is very different from another kind of annotation about the maturity that we will see later, and I will compare them. So remaining to this first stage of Chinese studies, we cannot avoid to mention one of the two masters and mentors. The first one being obviously the Sanskritist Carlo Formighi. The second one, Giovanni Vacca, who was the professor who began Tucci to the Chinese studies in Oriental School in Rome. And we found this nice dedication by him, where the master, Giovanni Vacca, wrote to the pupil this sentence when he uses the words ricordo affettuoso, something that can be translated with affectionate remember. And this, I think, is a witness of their close relationships, personal and academic as well. And in another book, at the end, the last page of an article written by Vacca, we can read a few Chinese characters. This is actually a passage of Analecta by Confucius, and I think it's a good example of his study on Chinese classical thought and also of Chinese language. So just moving to other much more mature studies, but also other countries, other universities, also to give an idea of the wide net of connection between scholars and colleagues, also outside the Italian borders, would be useful and interesting to have a look at the French sinologists. So Paul de Meville, we actually have this very short, I would even say not really interesting dedication, where he even doesn't mention Tucci's name. However, another book written by de Meville gives us the opportunity to notice a method of study and also reading of Tucci. Between the lines, the printed lines of this page, and this is common to many other books in the collection, we can notice a few corrections to the text. And this, I think, it's a good witness of a great attention to details, but also a deep knowledge of the subject studied. And de Meville was very important for his studies about Chinese literature, like in this book where we can read the dedication, but also for research on Buddhism, and also for the cataloging of the manuscript from the Buddhist caves in Dunhuang, brought from China, Gansu, to France by Pilgrims. And actually, to date, we have no dedication by him. However, there are a good number of books by him written, like in this example, co-edited with another important sinologist from Collège de France in Paris, Edouard Chavannes. And on these pages, we can notice few unwritten notes, and these are different from the ones that we saw before. They are often written in pencil and in a very, I would say, confused calligraphy. Obviously, it is confusing for us, not for Tucci, and this is really hard readable, but actually very well recognizable. And because we are talking about the Dunhuang caves, we have to talk about Sir Auerstein. We have, there is an article published 30 years after Auerstein's death in Kabul, written, published on East and West, the publication issued by Ismeo, where Giuseppe Tucci called him an Oriental scholar, an excellent linguistics, philologist, archaeologist, and explorer of Central Asia. And in this same article, he also mentioned the encounters I was fortunate enough to have with him, both in Asia and Europe. And obviously, because there was a close relationship of friendship between these two great scholars and explorers, and because the results of Auerstein exploration in Central Asia on the China borders, but also in Swat in Pakistan and in Iran, were so important for Tucci's subsequent research. There is, in addition of this dedication dated 1935, also a volume of offprints and articles dedicated to Aurelstein. We can read on the spine label, A. Stein Opuscoli, that means brochures. And obviously in the books that there are many in the collection, there are many annotations and written notes. And another technologies have the honor of having his own dedicated volume of prints in the collection is the German Karl Henze. And these are not actually so interesting. Sometimes he even doesn't sign the dedications. And this can be usually be found on this off-print, and there is obviously a reason, because these few pages booklets can be much more easily than books be exchanged with masters, colleagues worldwide, can be sent by post, for example. And in this same volume, you can see here on the left, they are collected together also few articles with dedications by another German sinologist, Eduard Erkes. And I would call him serial in these dedications. He always writes in these small, tidy calligraphy, always on the upper right side of the first page of the article, always uses the same formula, Ern Kollegen, so calling Tucci colleague, but with an exception. In the example on the left of the slide, you can read very short and even not signed dedication in Chinese characters. Obviously, it's not possible for me to go through all the sinology who left their marks on the Tucci's books, but I would like to mention this last one, the Dutch sinologist Robert van Gulik, as I found surprising to not finding any signs of presence in the collection by him, also because he collaborated with Ismail for the publication of this important work on Chinese pictorial art. However, we have his signature close to the red seal on the page of the book that is a translation of a Chinese novel, a work related to the short stories for which he became famous even over the academic context. So on this book, under the numbering of the copies, we can find this signature, and this seems to be a very rare book actually. To date, it seems that no other library in Italy has a copy of this book issued in Japan in only 1,200 copies. I'm concluding now, just listing not all, but a good part of the sinology who for different reasons, in different times and in different ways, left a sign on the Tucci's private library. And the aim of this presentation is actually to outline the importance that this addition to the printed books can have for the sinological and also most in general Asian studies. As this can be considered reliable witness of the interest of study, research activities, and academic relationships of the owner in the historical and cultural context in which he operated, and are definitely able to provide a crucial information to outline the history of the Oriental studies. And all of this, of course, in addition to the contents of which the books by its nature is a vehicle. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Federica, for your very insightful presentation. And I'm also sure that the audience is eager to ask Federica questions, but please hold on for a moment and let's give the floor to Daisy. So let me briefly introduce our next presenter, Daisy Chong. Dr. Chong received her BA in architecture and her MA in Buddhist studies at the University of Hong Kong. And she holds a PhD in Indology from the University of Hamburg. Her research interests lie in the history of tantric Buddhism, Tibetan as well as Chinese translations of Sanskrit Buddhist texts, as well as cross-cultural exchanges between South Asia and East Asia. So today, Dr. Chong's topic is Giuseppe Tucci and Chinese Buddhists. Please welcome, join me in welcoming Daisy, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Yunfei. I'm going to share my screen now. Sorry, just a second. Okay, I think you can see my screen now. I'll just make it bigger. Yes. Okay. First of all, yes. Sorry. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Florian and Yunfei for organizing this conference and for giving me an opportunity to present my research. Today, I'm going to talk about Giuseppe Tucci and Chinese Buddhists. Much ink has been spilled on Tucci's contributions to Tibetology and our understanding of Indian Buddhism. However, his legacy in the field of sinology has thus far been overlooked. In this presentation, I will talk about Tucci's interactions and relationships with Chinese Buddhists, his study on the Chinese translations of Indian logical texts, the translation and dissemination of his works in China, and his legacy among Chinese scholars of Buddhist studies. But before I start, I would like to talk a bit about the personal background of the present research. I must confess that I am not a sinologist. I have been studying Buddhism and Indology and Sanskrit and Tibetan for many years, and during the course of my study, I encountered Tucci's research in every corner. I worked with the photographs of Sanskrit manuscripts in Tibet taken by Tucci. I am now re-editing Kampala's Navashloki, one of the texts edited by Tucci decades ago. Recently, I took an interest in Buddhist logic, and Tucci's retranslation of Chinese translations of Sanskrit texts back into Sanskrit fascinated me. I thought to myself, well, Tucci's Chinese was definitely very good. He definitely had reading fluency in Chinese. I know that Tucci could speak perfect Sanskrit and Tibetan, but could he speak Chinese? In order to answer this question, I did some research, which was a small detour from the usual textual philological research that I do every day. Now, the following are my findings. My presentation today will be divided into 4 parts. First, how good was Tucci's Chinese? Second, Tucci's relationship with Chinese Buddhists. Third, study on Chinese translations of Indian logical texts. And fourth, influence on Chinese scholars' works on Buddhist logic. Now, the first part, how good was Tucci's Chinese? Let's look at Tucci's early career as a sinologist first. Tucci was gifted. In an interview released in 1983, Tucci said that he started teaching himself Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Chinese when he was 15 years old. When he was 18, he enrolled at the Università di Roma, University of Rome, and studied Chinese under Professor Giovanni Vacca. In 1914, when he was only 20, he published his first articles on Chinese religion and philosophy. He published in 1914 not just 1, but at least 3 articles on Chinese philosophy. Notes sull'Asia prehistorica, notes on prehistoric Asia, Il Dao e I Wu di Lao Tzu, which is Lao Tzu's Dao and Wu Wei, Due filosofi pacifisti dell'estremo oriente, 2 pacifist philosophers from the Far East. Sorry. Oops. Just a second. Okay, I pressed the wrong button. How should I go to the next slide? I should go back to the PowerPoint, I guess. Okay, yes. When Tucci was 21 and 22, he published 3 more articles related to China. In 1917, when he was 23, he published his first article on Sima Qian, the great Chinese historian from the Han Dynasty. He published another article on Sima Qian in 1920 when he was 26. In 1921, when he was 27 years old, he published his first sinology book, Scritti di Mencio, which is Writings of Mencius, Monzi. In 1922, he published another sinology book, Storia della filosofia cinese antica, History of Chinese Ancient Philosophy, and an article on Confucius and Lao Tzu. Next year, in 1923, he published 2 articles on Buddhism, utilizing Chinese translations of Sanskrit texts, a comparative study of the 3 Chinese versions and the Sanskrit text of the first and second chapters of the Lankavatara, and another article on legendary Chinese biography of Nagarjuna. Oops. Okay, let me go back. In 1924, he published another book on Chinese religion, Apologia del Taoismo, Apology of Taoism. From 1923 to 1925, he taught a course at the University of Rome, which is on Chinese language and philosophy, Buddhism, and Iranian language and religion. Yes. So in 1925, he went to India and taught Italian, Chinese, and Tibetan at the University of Vajrapani of Shantiniketan and the University of Calcutta in India. He left Shantiniketan very soon in 1926, and after staying some time in Calcutta, he left India in early 1931. In 1925, he published 1 book on Gu Shu Shen and 3 articles on Chinese sources, including one on Aryadeva's Shatha Shastra. In 1926, he published his last book on sinology proper, Saggezza Cinese, which is Chinese wisdom. He then turned his interest to Buddhist logic, probably sparked by conversations with Indian scholars in Shantiniketan and Calcutta in India. In 1928, he published his first article on Buddhist logic, is the Nyaya Pravesha by Dignaga. In 1929, he published an important book called Pre-Dignaga Buddhist Texts on Logic from Chinese Sources, and an article of similar title but different content, Buddhist Logic Before Dignaga, in brackets, Asanga, Vasubantu, Tarkashastras. In 1930, at a young age of 36, he was appointed the chair of Chinese at the Istituto Orientale di Napoli, which is Oriental Institute of Naples. He left India and accepted the offer in 1931, but left Naples for Rome very shortly in 1932. In the same year, which is 1930, Tucci published another 2 books on Buddhist logic, on some aspects of the doctrines of Maitreya Nata and Asanga, and another book, the Nyaya Mukha of Dignaga, being the oldest Buddhist text on logic after Chinese and Tibetan materials. Next year, he published one of his last sinology articles on the topic of foreign influences on Chinese thought. In 1932, he was transferred to the Universitat di Roma as the professor of religions and philosophies of India and Far East. He taught there until his retirement in 1969. He then almost completely left sinology and turned his interest to Buddhism, Indology, and Tibetology. But interestingly, in 1935, he still published a book review of Hu Shi's The Chinese Renaissance. So now the question, could Tucci speak Chinese? The answer is no. I have evidence from Tucci himself. In 1930, Tucci wrote a letter to express his concern about the offer of the chair of Chinese at the Istituto Orientale di Napoli. One concern was that he had never been to China and could not speak Chinese. Now, this is the original letter in Italian, but I will spare you with my poor pronunciation of Italian and read my very rough English translation instead. Not only have I not been to China, and therefore do I not have the direct knowledge of the dialects and the living language that is especially and more than for any other language extremely necessary for Chinese. But even if I had been there, I would not have dealt with it because my interest is in a different kind of study. Reconstructing the pronunciation of ancient Chinese philosophy and religion, epigraphy, the interference of Chinese civilization with Tibetan and Mongolian, and especially Indian, Chinese Buddhism, the contribution that sinology brings to Indological studies. In a word, highly theoretical and purely philological research that leaves me neither time nor desire to deal with anything else. Okay, so Tucci could not speak Chinese, but could he write Chinese now? The answer is probably not. I have evidence from his correspondence with Chinese Buddhists, which I will show below. Now the second part, Tucci's relationship with Chinese Buddhists. This part is very much indebted to the research of Gao Shanshan, a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Tucci was very much aware of what the Chinese scholars at his time were doing. First, I will talk about Tucci's relationship with the Chinese Inner Studies Institute, Zhinan Neixueyuan. Established in 1922, the Chinese Inner Studies Institute was one of the best, if not the best, Buddhist studies institutes in modern China. In the 1925 volume of the Institute's journal, Neixue, there is an announcement mentioning Tucci sending Italian journal to the Institute. I will read the English translation only. In February this year, when the first volume of the journal Neixue was published, we sent copies out to university libraries and Buddhist scholars in different countries in the East and West. And most of the scholars in different countries, when they received the journal, sent us their works in return. For example, G. Tucci from Italy sent us 宗教传说材料之研究, the study of materials of religion and tales in Italian, and so on. So this 宗教传说材料之研究 sent by Tucci as a gift to the Institute must have been the journal Studie Materiali di Storia della Religione, which is Studies and Materials of the History of Religions. Next, let's look at Tucci's quotation of Lu Cheng, one of the core members of the Chinese Inner Studies Institute. On page X, which is page 10 of his book, Pre-Dignaga, Buddhist Texts on Logic from Chinese Sources, Tucci said, "The attribution of Takashastra to Vasubantu has been recently accepted by Mr. Lu Cheng in his Chinese translation of the Pramana Samuccaya, 集量论释略抄, published in Nature, Volume 4. To be exact, 集量论释略抄 is Lu Cheng's Chinese translation of the Tibetan translation of Dignaga's Pramana Samuccaya and Pramana Samuccaya Vritti. Tucci was aware of Lu Cheng's latest research at the time. In 1924, Tucci wrote a letter to the Chinese scholar Jing Changji after reading Jing's article on Yogacara, which was written in modern Chinese. Chinese translation of Tucci's letter was published in the journal Haichaoyin in the year 1924, issue 8, page 8, together with Jing's reply. Now, this is Tucci's letter in Chinese. I suspect that the original letter was in English and Jing Changji translated Tucci's letter into Chinese himself. And I will show you later why I think this way. This is the letter transcribed by me. As you can see, the Italian in this letter is very corrupt. Professor Giuseppe Tucci instead of Giuseppe Tucci, and Bibliolium Camera Tabulari for Biblioteca della Camera dei Deputati. So I'll read the English translation. This is my very rough English translation of the letter. Quote, "Dear Changji, I have just read your article, 能所双亡空有并潜的唯识观, which is the Yogacara view, which is devoid of both subject and object, emptiness and existence. And I'm deeply impressed by your study of philosophy and Buddhism, and the fact that your explanation is superior to others, unique and easy to understand. I have been studying philosophy for many years, have translated a book called The Philosophy of China, have translated and annotated the Shatasastra, Chaturshataka, Lankavatara, and then Corruption, the name of the article, and have been studying Sanskrit and Tibetan. I would very much like to exchange views with you so that the philosophies of Europe and East Asia could develop together. Please send me your new publications so that I can benefit from you. I am sending you, and then Corruption, name of a work. Please let me know if you have any comments. Please let me know if you allow me to translate your article 能所双亡空有并潜的唯识观 into Italian. Yours very truly, Professor G. Tucci." End quote. Oops. So I'll just skip this one. And then next, I will look at Tucci's relationship with the editorial board of another Buddhist journal, Haichaoyin. Tucci also wrote to the editorial board of the journal Haichaoyin after receiving copies of the journal and some new books from them. He asked members of the Haichaoyin to contribute to his own journals in Italy and expressed the wish for a regular exchange of publications concerning Buddhism and to publish book reviews of Chinese Buddhist works. The Chinese translation of Tucci's English letter, the original letter in English, and the Chinese reply from the editorial board were published in Haichaoyin in the year 1925, issue 4, page 2 to 5. But actually the letters, Tucci's letter and the reply from the editorial were actually written in 1924. Here is Tucci's letter in English. It's a bit small, but I could say that the letter as it is printed is quite corrupt. So I used the version edited by Gao Shanshan in his research. So which is this one. I'll read it. Quote, "Dear sir, I received a very interesting review Haichaoyin of the very valuable and scholarly articles which I have found there. I shall give a long account in the review alla fonti delle religioni, to the sources of religions, especially dedicated to the study of Buddhism, and in the review of Oriental Studies edited by the professors of the Oriental School at University of Rome. Of some of your articles, I give long referee, and I hope next month to send you a copy of our reviews in which you can find my announcement of your journal. My purpose is to bring Chinese science in contact with our scholars, and therefore I invite personally the most distinguished members of your society, especially versed in Buddhist philosophy, to contribute to our reviews. The articles can be written in Chinese. It will be under my care to translate them into Italian and to publish them as soon as possible. I shall be very grateful to you if you would be so kind as to introduce me to the most distinguished Chinese authors and publishing houses in order to receive from them the most important modern Chinese contributions to the study of Buddhist history and philosophy. Of every book received, we shall publish a long review, and we shall establish a regular exchange of all publications concerning Buddhism. The principal purpose of my activity is in effect to organize here in Rome a Buddhist society. I hope to receive from you an early reply. Yours very truly, Professor G. Tucci. P.S. You can write in your answer in Chinese, which I understand quite well. If you know that some Buddhists come to Italy, give him my address. End quote. As you can see, Tucci's letter was written in English, and the Haichaoyin editorial board had to translate it into Chinese in order to publish it. Therefore, I suspect that Tucci could read Chinese very well, but couldn't really write Chinese. Let's move on to part 3, study on Chinese translations of Indian logical texts. Tucci published 3 books and 2 articles on the Chinese translations of Indian logical texts from 1928 to 1930, names of which I've already mentioned in part 1 of the presentation, so I'm not repeating myself here. And in these books and articles, Tucci made use of the following texts from the Chinese Tripitaka: Huizheng Lun, Vigraha Vyavartani by Nagarjuna, Fangbian Xin Lun, Upaya attributed to Nagarjuna, Rushi Lun, Taka Shastra attributed to Vasubandhu, and Bai Lun, Shatasastra by Aryadeva. Among these, Tucci retranslated the Upaya Hritaya and the Taka Shastra from Chinese into Sanskrit, probably for the benefit of reading the text with Pandits in India, and translated the Vigraha Vyavartani and the Shatasastra into English. He also investigated the Heduvidya section of the Sravakabhumi of Vijashri Lun, Yogacara Bhumi Shastra by Asanga, which is attributed to Maitreya in the Chinese tradition, and Xianyang Shenjia Lun, Prakaranaya Vacha Shastra by Asanga. Also, the Da Cheng Abhidhammo Ji Lun, Abhidhamma Sambuchaya by Asanga, and the Da Cheng Abhidhammo Ji Lun, Abhidhamma Sambuchaya Vyakya by Stiramati, and made extensive notes and summary on these 4 texts in his articles. He also translated the Yingming Zhengli Men Lun, Nyaya Mukha by Dignaga into English, and studied the authorship of the Yingming Ru Zhengli Lun, Nyaya Pravesha by Shankara Swami. Tucci also made use of indigenous Chinese commentaries on the above texts, such as 三论玄义拜吉藏，三论有意义拜说法师，英明入正理论述拜窥基，英明真理门论述记拜神泰，英明义断拜慧昭。I will also mention in passing other Chinese texts used by Tucci in his research. In his 1956 book, Minor Buddhist Texts, Part 1, he made use of the Chinese translations of Asanga's commentary on the Vajracchedika, Nagarjuna's Mahayana Vimshika, and Gambala's Navashloki. These are not logical texts, but these are texts with Chinese translations. Let's move on to part 4, influence on Chinese scholars' works on Buddhist logic. Now, I found in the course of my reading that the Chinese scholar Xu Dishan's long article on Chinese logic is heavily indebted to Tuchi's works. Xu Dishan's article, published in 1931, is called 陈南以前中观派与瑜伽派之英明. In English, Buddhist logic of Madhyamika and Yogacara before Dignaga, which is considered the first article on Buddhist logic by a modern Chinese scholar. You can see already the influence of Tuchi's research in the title of this article. Remember that one of Tuchi's articles is called Buddhist Logic Before Dignaga, which is very similar to Xu Dishan's title. And Xu Dishan's article begins with a very interesting opening verse, which is modeled on the opening verse of obeisance, namaskara, in Buddhist treatises. I will read my rough Chinese translation here. Homage to all the past treatise masters who made me understand roughly Buddhist treatises and dharmas. Homage to Vidyabhusana, Uwi, Tuchi, and Ki, and Dharma friend Lu Chiuyi, who caused me to have new understanding on Nyaya. These are originally taught by all the teachers. I now render the summary of them. In this verse, Vidyabhusana is Satish Chandra Vidyabhusana, the author of A History of Indian Logic. Uwi is Uwi Hakuju, the author of A Study of Indian Philosophy. Tuchi is Tuchi. And Ki is A.B. Ki, who is the author of 2 books, Buddhist Philosophy and Logic and Atomism. Lu Chiuyi is Lu Cheng, whom I have mentioned already before. Xu also translated and incorporated Tuchi's tables in his article. For example, the one here in the slide, which is translated from Tuchi's article, Buddhist Logic Before Dignaga. In 1989, the Chinese scholar Wu Baihui published the Chinese translation of chapters 3 to 5 of Tuchi's book on some aspects of the doctrines of Maitreyanatha and Asanga. In addition, I found that the works of other Chinese scholars on Buddhist logic published in recent decades, such as Shen Jianying's 佛家逻辑 and Yao Nanqiang's 英明学说史纲要, are heavily indebted to Xu Dishan's article, which is in turn heavily indebted to Tuchi's research. From the above, I conclude that the influence of Tuchi on Chinese scholars can be felt even today. This is reflected in the Chinese translations of his works and the direct and indirect incorporation of his research in the works of Chinese scholars nowadays. In addition, Chinese scholars, including me, are still using Tuchi's photographs of Sanskrit manuscripts in Tibet. What can we learn from Tuchi then? I think we can learn from Tuchi how he combined the study of philology with philosophy and religion. He made great contributions to the study of Indology by studying the Chinese translations of Indian Buddhist texts. Tuchi was also keen on promoting exchange of scholarships between East and West. Above all, Tuchi was interested in human, and his academic research on the language, philosophy, and religion of China, India, and Tibet are human studies. Let me conclude my presentation with the words of Tuchi himself. In the introduction of Italia e Oriente, Tuchi writes, in Italian, of course, here translated into English by Professor Francesco Sfera, quote, "In this world, the forces that divide are more active and persistent than those that unite. It is easier for man to deny than to affirm, to live happily with his ideas than to listen to those of others. It is thus appropriate to remember those people and events that, through the centuries, have collaborated to bring together 2 of the greatest civilizations that are in the world, Europe and Asia. It should all the more be done because these are not adventurous and rapacious conquests, but a generous and enlightened exchange of culture, encouraged by a keen sense of human understanding." End quote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daisy, for your very detailed presentation. And I'm very impressed with your language skills. You seem to be at home with many languages, as did Tucci several decades ago. So now I'm opening the floor to the audience. Please feel free to raise your hands if you have any questions. And you can also type your questions in the chat box, or just feel free to jump in or chime in. And I'd like to ask the three members of our first panel to switch on your camera so other presenters can see you. Is there any questions? So I'll just use my privilege as the panel moderator to ask some questions. And first, I'd like to ask Professor Sajid. Let me see here if I can find my notes. So you mentioned that you mentioned Tucci's humanistic spirit in your talk, and you mentioned his belief in the common cultural roots across the Eurasia or the Eurasian countries between East and the West. As we all know, ever since Renaissance in Europe, there is this commonly held belief among European humanists that the human institutions can be perceived or understood universally. So the culture of Tibet can be understood by Italian, by Chinese, or by American. But in this regard, I noticed a very interesting contradiction. Let me put it this way. So Tucci seems to be obsessed with the idea of soul, as he mentioned, the soul of Tibet. He was looking for the soul of Tibet. And if my memory serves me right, back in 2009, you published at Peking University a photo album, right, titled in Chinese 寻找西藏的灵魂, and in Tibetan 何以拉索翠瓦, and in English, in search of Tibet's soul. But Buddhist philosophers, they negate the existence of this constant, immutable soul as opposed to Christianity. And in Buddhist philosophy, they believe in the existence of consciousness, or namshe, right, in Tibetan. So what do you make of this contradiction? So Tucci's usage and word choice of soul in his description of his humanism. I'm sure if...
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Yunfei. That is actually very difficult to answer, actually. Yes, Tucci in his book also, English or some other part, he used this word. That is also very difficult to, let me first this translation. You mentioned if we put this word in Buddhist philosophy context, it is a little bit difficult if we translate in Chinese. That is apparently in part incorrect. So I think for me, just if we want to put this word in the Buddhist context, that is something like I think you mentioned consciousness, namshe in Tibet, and also in modern world we can say 潜意识, the subconsciousness, more something like that. But well, we select in Chinese you mentioned 探寻西藏, but we don't use 灵魂, we use 心灵. That is so it's also difficult how to, we want to use trilingual. In Chinese we select 心灵, that is a little bit different 灵魂, but in Chinese, in Tibetan we use not nangxie or other thing. We use not so common word. We use lasso. I think this is more closely like 心灵, and also in English we just use the so just follow Tuchi actually. So for my understanding, I think just I mentioned in my paper, all of this, should I say, material objective is just if we see from Buddhist philosophy or from Tuchi standpoint, it's just something like appearance. He studied Tibetan art history, especially iconography. I think the purpose and the intentional is not just they say what is what, or just the date, the style, something like that. But he want to dig up into the something like psychology, something like that. He want to say that. So this is come back our you first mentioned. He think even we lived in a separate part of the world, European or Asia or something like that, but we can different expression. You use different philosophy, Buddhist philosophy, Christianity, something like that. But under this appearance, he thinks there's the same humanity, something like that. I think so. I think this is his basic idea. That's my answer.
Thank you very much for your answer. And I can see that Professor Christian Zarnitz has a question. May I ask you to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you. My question was again to the first, well, first of all, I wanted to say that I enjoyed all three presentations, and especially the details on the Chinese works of Tucci were new to me, and I found them very interesting. But the question that I have is specific to the first presentation and the effort that went into the translation of Indo-Tibetica. And I think you mentioned when we or that when you worked on Tabo, that you also used this later works. And one of the experiences that we had with Tucci's kind of edition of the Tabo inscription was that he obviously didn't do it himself, the transcription originally on site, but had a Lama read it. And the real difference was that the verse, the meters of the verse were not preserved in the transcription. And with that, also the gaps within the inscription itself was not preserved. So I wonder if that was the same experience with other inscriptions.
Sorry, can you repeat the last sentence? I cannot.
I just wonder if that was the same experience with other inscriptions.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. Yes, yeah, you mentioned I also think some of the temples inscriptions not written by Tucci himself. He just asked some maybe Lama to transcribe it for them. And this experience is very strong when we translated. Just I mentioned the Great Stupa of Jiangzi. If we use Tucci, he also give Italian translation. We compared this to inscription transcribed in his book. We found there are some difficult to understand. Maybe he also make some note and added his translation. So there's some discrepancy. So after we investigating the Great Stupa of Jiangzi inside, I think. Yeah, I agree with you. He also, I think, now if my memory is right, he writes somewhere in his diary, he also asked some Lama to just transcribe the whole chapter, because there are many chapters. Every chapter is transcribed in Tibetan inscription to him, and he published it. He think it's the whole inscription, but actually not whole. So we checked the inscription. So this just as you observed, and also there's some. I can take the chance to see some another observation when we visited the Great Tomb of Jiangzi. Some of because Tuchi visited it almost 50 years ago, something like that. So some of the inscription already lost forever. So we cannot check it. Just even there is some problem, but we just follow Tuchi, and some of them. That's very interesting. Some of them, especially I think about the donor, the painting donor, there's some intentionally erased it and added another name. Not many, but some of them. So I just thinking maybe there's something somebody he want to donate this chapel and repair this chapel. He just erased the older one. Old donor and just added his name is there. And also there are some inscription. The other showed the first thing, there are many, at least 2 layers, something like that, because some broken, there are some wall is broken. We can show there are 2 levels of mural painting. And even the inner side, there is some calligraphy, the trace of calligraphy. So that is maybe even the inscription, not the earlier one. When we transcribe the earlier one is just maybe be repaired or just erased. That's in my observation. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Professor Martis, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, well, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this wonderful conference, this symposium on Giuseppe Tucci, and to the 3 speakers. And I like to say 2 things. One is to follow up this discussion about soul. And thank you, by Yun-Fai, for bringing up this interesting point. I noticed, among European scholars of the early 20th century, that they somehow were reluctant to follow the Buddhist refutation of an Atman. You can see that also, in Frau Wallner's philosophy of Buddhism, where he points out that in early Buddhism, an Atman was not outrightly denied, but it is only said that the Atman is not the Skandhas, or the Skandhas don't possess an Atman, and so on. But that's one thing I just wanted to contribute. The other is, I also would like to ask a question to Professor Serci from Beijing University. And I'm fascinated by your project of translating Indo-Tibetica and your field work in Yangtze. And I fully agree that in order to translate this important work, you have to go in situ and check Tucci's documentation. The question I have is, do you think that some paintings have been overpainted, in a sense that there are discrepancies between Tucci's descriptions and what you find now in situ? Because I noticed something similar in the Demchok Lakang, in Guge and in Saparang, and where after a conference on Shangshung, in Lhasa, we were flown to Western Tibet and officially allowed to take pictures in the different temples. And so I did some documentation of the Demchok Lakang, and I could notice that in a place where Tucci had Maha Roshana as a protective deity, you can see now a 6-armed Mahakala, which looks very similar. The face is still similar, but it seems to me that the arms were just overpainted and with new attributes. And you find the inscription Yeshe Gombo Chatrukpa, which is a wisdom protector with 6 arms. So my question to you, Professor Seichi, is do you think it's possible that between Tucci's documentation in the 1930s and now at some point, like some elements of the wall paintings were redone or overpainting or changed?
Oh, thank you, Professor Matthew. Yes, first I should say not all of the temple we visited because the time is limited, and we also it should take a lot of time and money. So we just I just take the Great Stupa of Jamzi as an example. The short answer is not so much, at least from my observation. There is some, I mentioned before, there is some the change or many or repenting, but not so much. My observation is, I think, as I mentioned before Tuchi visited this stupa or this chapel, there's already, yeah, that is, we can understand already be repenting in some part, and we can see some trace. Yeah, I mentioned that even there is some, there appeared some two level of inscription. The inner side one is not so clear, but we can see it. But after that, after Tuchi's visit, I think yes, there is some repenting or repair, but not so much. I mean, just the Great Stupa of Jamzi. Basically, it's the same as Tuchi's visited, but some of actually some of inscription very difficult to transcription because the location have also another place that also there is now in the pilgrim site. Many people just visit there, so that is makes some difficult to check all of the small place. And also we just stay there 1 week. So I just made some note. I think there is some description and there is some repair, but during that time, our focus is not actually not research, just proofreading. So I hope in future, if I have many time to check this again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. And Daisy, you have a question. Can I ask you to unmute yourself?
Yes, yes. I have a question for Federica. So I saw in your slides, one of your slides, which reads dedications. It begins with dedication, so we have of a series of names, and I saw some Chinese names at the bottom, but I think something was blocking the word, so I could see one Yang and then a Guang. So I thought probably the Guang should be Lin Li Guang. I don't know. Could you please, if you could just show me the slide again, if possible? And I also want to know if Tuchi's collection still has the journals of Neixue, Haichaoyin, and probably works from Lu Cheng or Jing Changji. I don't know, like, do you encounter any of these, which I have already mentioned in my presentation? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to show the last slide in order for you to have a look of the names, but obviously I will be available for any question. I will send my mail, and if you have any other question about them, I will, because these are lists, not all of them, but of a part of them only. And there are a couple of Chinese, these two.
Okay.
And obviously the library is available to be consulted. Therefore, if anyone will be interested in having a look at the dedications or writing notes on the books, they can be seen, obviously.
Okay, thank you. I'll probably contact you like in private.
Of course. I will be happy for cooperation.
Are there any other questions? Or I want to ask Daisy a question. So thank you very much for pointing out that Tucci doesn't speak Chinese. With that said, how does Tucci's knowledge of written Chinese help him become a better Sanskritist? I assume that there are many works that no longer exist in the original Sanskrit manuscripts, but are still preserved in Chinese translations. As far as I know, a portion of the Abhidharma adopted by the Dharma Gupta Vinaya or Fazangbu sect is missing in Sanskrit and Tibetan, but present in Chinese. So basically we can use the Chinese translation as a benchmark to fill the gaps. And also, Indian texts were translated haphazardly into Chinese centuries before they were rendered into Tibetan. And by the time the Buddhist scriptures reached Tibet, Buddhism was already, codified in a way that reflected doctrinal biases. Therefore, I assume that older renditions or Chinese translation can also serve as valuable references. So I hope I'm not bogging you down with many details.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I think really one of Tucci's major contribution to Buddhism is to make, that he made use of Chinese translations of Sanskrit texts, which are already lost in the Sanskrit original. So as I've listed in my presentation, there are quite a lot of texts which he had consulted. And I have to say that not only the lost work, I mean, like even if we have the Sanskrit original and also the Tibetan translation, Tucci always consulted the Chinese translation if there is any, in order to really get closer to the kind of original thought of the author, so to speak. If you ask me about only the texts which are extant only in Chinese, then Tucci's study, like as I have surveyed it, there are not that many, like Takashastra and Upaya Hridaya. These are two more important texts on Buddhist logic. And but I mean, if you include other texts such as I've mentioned, the Asanga's commentary on the Vajrapani and the Mahayana Vimshika and Kambala's Navashloki, there are many. I mean, like I think this is really one of the most important contributions of Tucci on the Indological side. So yes.
Thank you for your question, for your answer. And is there any other question? Feel free to type your questions in the chat box. Or may I ask one more question to you, Federica? So Tucci is a polyglot for sure, and I imagine it's hard for a modern day librarian or archivist to handle all the languages Tucci mastered. So I'm curious about your own methodology. But do you need to work in teams or consult experts in other fields when cataloging or archiving Tucci's personal library?
Okay, here at the, oh, sorry. Can you see me? No.
Yeah, sure.
Now?
No. Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. Here at the EasyO Library, we are actually a team of different
The connection dropped. Can you repeat?
Librarian and researchers. And a part of that, sorry, yes, so here at the Isiao Library, we are a staff of a few librarians and researchers. And we work in a team. A part of us are working on the cataloging project of the so-called modern Tuchi library. And the issue usually is to catalog those books that are not in languages that we know. And this is why we are staff, because the languages, as mentioned, are published in more than 40 different languages. So we are not able to cover all of them. So we collaborate with other scholars at the university, for example, exchanges photos or information. And yes, we are going ahead section by section, but obviously because my field of study regards the Chinese studies, I started with those sections that are directly linked with this language. But there is another one that is, for example, dedicated to the dictionaries and grammars in different languages. It is very interesting and has already been completed the cataloging project for that section. So yes, it's basically a team.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer.
Can I just add one thing? Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Just for the people who don't know, the library is open now for consultation to the public and to library users. And here in Rome, if you need any question about the fund or other things about your studies, please feel free to write to the address. And we will be happy to support the Oriental studies, even by scholars that are not in Rome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very glad that this symposium can provide, an opportunity for the library to increase its publicity, international publicity to people in the field. Are there any other questions? Or I think maybe we can take a few minutes break before starting our second panel discussion at 4 p.m. Hong Kong time. And Florian, what do you think, Barbara?
Thank you,
Yes.
Yunfei. That would give us 10 minutes, a short break, and we return at 4 Hong Kong time or 10 o'clock Central European time. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. And thank you especially for the speakers of the first panel.
Thank you. Stay tuned.
Maybe we'll give everyone one more minute, but I think we will then start shortly because the following panels may have a little less time altogether.
Florian, may I just ask how many minutes do I have?
Maybe 25.
25.
Yeah, so we'll keep the introductions very short so that there's enough time for you and the others and a few questions before we move on. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Well, that wasn't much of a break, but in the interest of time, we will continue. We'll keep the introductions super short to allow the speakers to develop their thoughts. Whereas the first panel concentrated more on Tuchi and the sinologists' texts, And I want to thank again all three speakers. Our second panel is more concerned with Tucci as an archaeologist. And so it's my great pleasure to welcome, first of all, the three speakers, and to start the session off with Christian Zarnitz, who is at the School of Oriental Studies at the University of London, an instrumental there in teaching Buddhist studies as SOAS. His paper today is titled Tibetan Art in the Eyes of Giuseppe Tucci. And I think you will discuss some of the change, some of the perspectives that may have changed over time since Tucci's work was first published, and he himself voiced his thoughts on Tibetan art and culture. So over to you, Christian. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and thanks to those involved in organizing this kind of interesting panel to bring us here together to talk about Giuseppe Tucci. And just have to set up my screen here. So if we'll, as said, my talk today is about Tibetan art in the eyes of Giuseppe Tucci. And as the abstract says, I particularly want to address the question of him as an art historian. And I'll start, not accidentally, with the first slide, showing Tucci kind of listening to a Nepali poet in 1952, when he kind of recites Sanskrit verses to him. And what's characteristic for me, of course, and for my own research, is that I have kind of followed the tracks of Tucci, both in field research, but then also worked on the Tibetan paintings that are preserved at the library at the Museo Nazionale d'Arte Orientale in Rome, for a catalogue that Glimburg-Salter published recently. And so I had kind of the chance to review many of the works that Tucci wrote about. And we have already heard that for me, the most striking thing about Giuseppe Tucci is that he was a language genius. And we'll have already heard the different levels of that, and how early he learned these languages. But in field research, that was also reflected locally. And one of the striking elements that always kind of puts me back into perspective is that in Poo, some people remembered these foreigners that came and spoke their own language. And so what that means for us is that Tucci essentially picked up the language as he went through the Western Himalayas and picked up the dialects, the local dialects, and was in that way able to communicate with the people directly. And this was kind of remembered many decades afterwards by the elder locals. And of course, one of his many elements of his scholarship, once he started to explore the Himalayas from the Indian subcontinent, is that he became essentially an explorer. And an explorer in the sense, and we owe to his kind of explorations of the Tibetan plateau, we owe a huge amount of information. And this, of course, started with the tours in the Western Himalayas. And here I want to point out that his pursuits would not have been as successful without his companions, especially the photographers that made the different photographs. And we'll see that if we consider the Western Himalayan journeys. From 1931, we have almost no photography. But then when Eugenio Gersi joined the team in 1933 and 1935, we have an extensive photographic record that includes, for example, these images from West Tibet, from Toling. And the same we can say of the Central Tibetan exhibitions or expeditions that brought the photography, of course, Fosco Maraini, for example, the most well-known kind of photographer that Tucci, or went with Tucci at that time. And of course, part of what kind of makes Tucci's work so unique is that he had the chance to see, describe, and with the help of others, photograph some of the monuments that are not preserved today anymore, Gyangbu being one example here on the screen. And so much of the expertise on Tibet comes from these different journeys and from the interest that he developed through the visits themselves, but also during the visits through the collections of items. And I think this is another stunning element, that the amount of books and other objects that Tucci collected over time. And of course, the kind of a range of stories that he writes himself about those collections. But he collected this high number of tankas and bronze sculptures. He obviously got many, many books, but also some of the kind of earliest manuscript illuminations that are preserved, and different types of singular objects that he noticed as peculiar. And I think in that connection, it's very important to state very clearly that Tucci had a very good eye. He could judge quality of artworks, and that kind of informed his way of collecting as well. But he also collected mural fragments, maybe less known. Those are in the Museo Nazionale d'Arte Orientale in Rome. They are relatively small and not very numerous. But despite all this collecting and the research that he did in the monuments, the focus was really the texts that he could find, be it on the money walls, or be it texts that he came along in the different monasteries and that he started to study on site already. And of course, these expeditions resulted in him being a prolific writer on Tibet. On the screen here, the PowerPoint mentions more, but I want to focus on the Tibetan books specifically. And they included, of course, the travelogues like Tibet in Kyoto or the Journey to Mustang, as well as his studies that are obviously from very different perspectives, depending very often rather general in terms of introduction, while Indo-Tibetica and Tibetan painted scrolls are more specific. And those are actually the works that allow us to assess how Tucci worked as an art historian. And so one of the questions that I wanted to pose here is Tucci actually an art historian? And do we actually do him a service if we call him that way? Because obviously this was not his main interest. His main interest, and he faced a lot of difficulty on the way, simply because in many ways he was doing groundbreaking pioneering work of simply first collecting information about the history of Tibet. And he did that in kind of mind-boggling short time periods. And to demonstrate that, I want to kind of point out that in Thabo Monastery has been like 4 days. That includes the arrival and the departure days. Obviously, he has the inscription we've heard already about, transcribed during that time period. But his first assessment of Thabo was, of course, kind of erroneous. He thought originally that that the renovation inscription that we see here dates to the 14th century. He also thought that the sculptures that he found or saw at the site were not original to the monument, and things that were corrected in subsequent research. And obviously he noticed quite accurately that among the sculptures that are found in the temple, which he already identified correctly, 4 sculptures are missing. And so he theorized about the fact that there are 4 missing sculptures. But in the assessment of that, what we have to consider is his short time period that he was there, the working of an inadequate photographic documentation once he returned to assess the monument itself. And obviously, when we write about and cite Tucci's work, these facts have to be considered. The 4 missing deities probably were seated around Vajrapani's throne, and as is indicated in the middle graphic on the screen, and as is indicated in other representations of this specific type of the fourfold Vajrapani. And obviously, that's a detail you can't expect somebody to do this pioneering work at Thabo to notice at the first instance, even less so if you have no idea what you meet and what to expect at the site. The other interesting point here is that Tucci, for the assessment at home, then used a later kind of very descriptive Sanskrit sources, and he did not necessarily go to the last details of iconography. So, for example, in terms of Thabo, he ignored the fact that there is a fourfold Vajrapani and that doesn't conform with the texts that he actually used. And so he did not necessarily go into the last kind of details of these depictions that he recorded. And obviously, he also didn't have all the comparisons available that we have available today. And in addition to the considering the time that he had in Thabo, we have also to consider that he not only assessed the murals of not only the main temple, but all the temples of the complex, but also the books and especially focused on inscriptions. So he did go through the library, and we have the first record of this very, very fragmentary library at Thabo from Tucci. Accordingly, he didn't necessarily look at secondary topics. Like the murals in the ambulatory were probably hardly visible to him and definitely much too difficult to document, so they don't really play a role in his assessment. And so I think we have to see, especially this early work in field research, also in terms of the time that was available to him and the conditions under which he had to assess the objects once returning home and writing his reports. And I think everybody knows who is working in the archives. He was not the person who left notes about everything, and actually reconstructing the photographic archive was a huge task, as I'm sure is the task of kind of figuring out the library or his personal library today. If we'll kind of assess Tucci as an art historian, he definitely comes closest to kind of a more standard art historical approach when it comes to the Tibetan painted scrolls. And so I think, but even if we says that here, it's first and foremost historical treasure trove, pioneering in many respects, and still a work that needs to be consulted about many aspects. One strongly art historical chapter in the first volume is the one on the artistic development as represented by some Zhang monuments, which obviously is still a very, very important source. Volume 2 is, of course, dedicated to the Thangka paintings, and I'll focus on them now. And at least a first glance at the outline of the order of those Thangkas gives the impression that it's a kind of combination of artistic styles and content that informs the order of the Thangkas within the Tibetan painted scrolls. But actually closer observation kind of shows that these distinctions break up. Also, he considered styles. Other scholars, of course, have in part corrected his opinion on that in the meantime. And his real strength is iconography and the exploring the paintings in relation to the texts that he found. And so in the following, I just present a few examples from my own work that I could study in greater detail, like the Mahasiddha Thangka that we see here, that was published in TBS as number 8 and is now in the Museo Nazionale di Arte Orientale and has the inventory number of 880. It's an extremely interesting painting, and it's of course was of special interest for Tucci because the Mahasiddhas that are represented are inscribed by captions. And so accordingly, his entry in Tibetan painted scrolls focuses on those captions and the list and possible related texts to it. And that was kind of more generally his approach in terms of art historical assessment. He doesn't necessarily explain why he puts it in the group of Nepalese works, but I think even that kind of classification makes perfect sense. He writes on aspects where one wonders if or where he has received the information from. Especially if one considers if he considers the main figures, because there is no inscriptions that would have helped him, and it's not always clear when he writes about works if he actually consulted with somebody on those works, and we know he had contacts, as we have heard earlier, to Buddhists from different regions in that respect. In essentially what I could find out about this particular painting later on, Tucci could not know. There was no possibility. You need to find a comparison in this case, like I did, of this very specific Siddha transmission, and the Maha Siddhas are very difficult to assess anyway, but it's the accidental kind of discovery of these comparative representations that are also inscribed that now allow to assess that painting more precisely and also understand its relationship to earlier representations and the school context. And so these numbers here just give you an idea about the succession of the first teachers, Aryadeva being the first one, following Vajradhara in the center. And then number 2 is the small representation of Nagarjuna, who is replaced by his later Tibetan incarnation, which is the founder of the Drigung school, Jigten Gampo or Jigten Sumgön, that is here represented as 2A. And so these kind of intricacies before the actual usual series of Mahasiddhas start, I think were extremely difficult, or if not actually impossible for Tucci to assess at his time. As said earlier, he doesn't necessarily consider the style of the painting in many of his works. And interestingly, he also usually just addresses donor depictions when they give him information about potential origin. And I will show kind of the last example that I show is an example in that respect. That the assessment of such paintings is a difficult task, we also have to kind of see under the, let's put it that way. The assessment of these paintings is still a historic, difficult task today, because even today, scholars may not entirely agree about what time period this painting is exactly to be attributed to. And I tend to go probably further into the 15th century than I would have done earlier. Another painting I wanted to look at is Vajrapani Maha Chakra Mandala. It's a painting that Tucci in TPS entirely discusses in terms of its iconography, in identifying all the deities and some of the secondary deities around. But he doesn't actually talk about the very striking style, which is unusual in his own collection. So he doesn't actually look at the painting as a kind of artwork with this very unusual decoration in the background, or kind of reflect on how that relates, for example, to the central Tibetan murals that he had documented at the time. And so I think that approach is quite typical. But again, it's another example where even today, the assessment of the style of the painting is extremely challenging. And you can see that here by the broad range of attribution given to this particular work, because it's simply not entirely clear if it is a replication of an earlier style or if it's an earlier version in an unusual stylistic variant. And we still have to consider the 15th century as another potential date for that particular painting. And so these are extreme cases, but I think what they show is one of the peculiarities of Tucci's collection, especially in terms of Thangka paintings, is that most of them are extremely interesting, iconographically informative, and extremely complex. And I think that was a choice on his part to kind of get pieces that are actually very informative for future research. Another interesting painting to look at is this one, what I call a goddess of the female. It's essentially Mola, which is extremely difficult to translate. And here, Tucci's description is exactly 3 lines long. He identifies Tingishel Sangma as one of the protective sisters, which is a secondary figure, and simply assesses the painting as a representation of Palden Lamo. And the painting is grouped in or classified under a composite style of the Sakya and Nyingma schools, obviously in this case because Padmasambhava is on top. But what that style means, we can assess when we look at the other paintings in the same group, and it's very clear that this is not an art historical classification of style. This is a classification that is based on the iconographies rather than any stylistic categories, even in Tucci's own kind of description or understanding. And so it's more an iconographic grouping, even though he calls it a stylistic category. The painting itself can be essentially identified as representing the 5 patron deities or patron gods, which are a group of local protectors that include a god for female, a god for male, a local god, a life god, and a war god, a Tala. It's a very specific topic, and it's very popular both in Tibet and Mongolia in the late period. And what's outstanding in this respect is, again, the good eye of Tucci. It's the painting in Rome is the highest quality painting of that particular topic that I know of. And finally, I'll want to take a short look at Vajradhara, who is today in a private collection. Again, a very interesting, striking piece. It is here that Tucci actually addresses the donor images, and he assesses on the basis of the donor depiction that it should be attributed to Minyak, and so Eastern Tibet, and he doesn't specifically give a century, but he makes clear that he thinks it's relatively late. In contrast, Jackson recently attributed to the Khenri style. But Tucci's assessment was purely based on the donors. And his association with Minyak probably, again, must have come from an informant rather than himself, because he hasn't been in that region. And so I think it's interesting to address that or to consider that in the assessment. And so I think what we have to consider Tucci's work on the art, or when we assess Tucci's work on the art, is the time period he worked on and the approach he took, specifically in assessing artworks. And obviously, he has been kind of far away from or his work is a pioneering work that I think we have to consider in all aspects that we work on, but we can't expect him to be right in everything. Yeah, and so what actually has been common in what I usually do and what I did in my descriptions on the Tanka paintings is actually to mention where Tucci is right, but ignoring where we can, of course, now go beyond what he actually presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. I'm sure that leads to a good number of questions. Before so, I would like to invite Estelle Latlan of EPHE in Paris, and with a paper entitled "There is a Sacred Tantric Buddhist Land of the Dakkhanis between Tibet and Adhyana Layahul." The interest here is particularly on Tucci's explorations in the Western Himalayan regions and his consequent publications and the attention he drew on Tibetan travelers in the region. Over to you, Estelle.
Okay. So first, let me check that everything is working. Sharing my screen.
It works well, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, oops, I can make this bigger. Since I cannot make it bigger. Okay, so first of all, my greatest appreciation for inviting me and having me for this symposium of this gigantic figure that was Giuseppe Tucci. I'm very humbled to be part of this symposium. I am currently doing a PhD research, so finding myself with great professors is very, very humbling. So I'm going to talk about a sacred tantric Buddhist land between Tibet and Udayana, that is the Swat Valley. And this land is Lahore. I will present the sacred land of Lahore, locally known as the, the land of Dakkhanis, or in Tibetan and local language, the Khandro Ling. And this I will do starting from Tucci's work, and I will complement it from further research based on the Himalayan and Tibetan written sources and the oral traditions. To further introduce my work, because I'm in this panel of anthropology, how do I fit in there? So I'm doing doctoral studies on the Western Himalayas in Paris University, but I have formerly worked as an independent researcher for about 10 years while I was living and traveling in the Western Himalayas, in Lahore and in Ladakh, particularly between 2007 and 2017. And I had been visiting and living in hermitages in these regions before, for about 1 year in 1998 and in 2004. During, between 2010 and 2017, I collected data in the field in various ways, including cultural, anthropological observations, interviews, and the collection of historical documents with a particular interest in religious history. So when Tucci was working and doing research as an anthropologist, generally speaking, he was traveling, and when it came to the Buddhist areas, he stressed that when he pretended to be a Buddhist devotee, this enabled him to collect data and have doors open to him. So I didn't have to pretend, because I was locally known as a devoted practitioner, and therefore doors were open to me. So if I may, I could say that my approach, which is multidisciplinary, echoes, however, in a very humble way, the multidisciplinary and comparative methods of Giuseppe Tucci. In particular, my research led me to get in touch with archaeologists and art historian of Buddhist art, such as Christian Lutz, who's been just talking half an hour ago, with whom I first discussed when I was studying Lahore and living in Lahore. It was partly through Christian Lutz that I was introduced to art history. And then as I studied more, I read more works by Tuchi on cultural productions, Buddhism, Buddhist art history, and more generally, Tibetan history and geography. So I'm studying religious history with an interest in local history, not the religious thought or philology and the like. I study the interactions of Tibetan Buddhist figures and society, and I try to understand who was where, who was there, who did what, and with what effects. And in that matter, Tucci did again a groundbreaking work when he reported and studied a particular type of religious people who have been living in the Western Himalayas, and in Lahore in particular, but in the Western Himalayas, which he called the Santi, the saints, and hermits, yogis, and also travelers, pilgrims. So here, for this talk, I'm going to refer mostly to two books he wrote, the Santi Briganti nel Tibet Ignoto, which is a journal of his expedition in Western Tibet in 1935, and Tibetan Pilgrims in the Swat Valley. So this work, the later work, deals with Tibetan pilgrims who traveled through the same regions where I lived, and I am interested in this question of pilgrimage and the sacred place in the Western Himalayas. As Tucci traveled in these regions, and this map was mapped by Oscar Naslini. I think he's here today, and I will focus on this area where Tucci actually traveled once, Lahore. And when he studied the pilgrimage of these Tibetan pilgrims, they all traveled through Lahore. And he used his knowledge of the place because he visited it, and he discussed with local informants, but also he resorted to three biographies, the biographies of three biographies and travel books of three major figures, Gyalwa Gotsangpa in the early 13th century, Druptop Ogenpa in the late 13th century, and Taksan Repa in the 17th century. So here I show a few pictures. Gyalwa Gotsangpa, this is a statue from Lahore, Christian, tentatively dated to the 15th century. I mean, more research needs to be done, but the biographies show that he was in the region in the 13th century. Druptop Ogenpa, this is from Ladakh, and Taksan Repa in the 17th century. This is a painting from Ladakh Henley Monastery. So these figures have quite similar itineraries when it comes to Western Tibet. And these itineraries are what Tucci scrutinized quite extensively because they had a shared interest. What led them to travel is their shared interest in visiting and meditating in ancient tantric places of the Western Himalayas. So places that can all be located in what we may call the Greater Kashmir. So if we have central, I don't know if you see my arrow, we are talking about Tibetan pilgrims starting from central Tibet here. And they travel to these tantric places, Mount Kailash, very famous, and then Jalandhara. And for the two itineraries that Tucci studied, up to the Swat Valley, Uddiyana or Uddiyana. And they are in the Tibetan reports on their journey. There are other sacred places which are mentioned and which were not well understood and located when Tucci did his research and analysis of these travels. So this topic of tantric places which are found in the tantras, and not only in the Buddhist tantras but also in the Shaiva Hindu tantras, is what brought these pilgrims here. And therefore the question of sacred place is important. That's why I want to address it regarding this place of Lahore, because it was missed by Tucci as a very important sacred place. So this is here, I have marked it here, Dilburi, but there's also, if we zoom on this square green map, we have this map. And so here is Mount Kailash, and here is Lahore. We have Dilburi. I will come back to Dilburi. And there is Maru. And this Maru is found in the tantric text, and there's a Sanskritist, Tivanat, who's now in Berlin University, who assisted me in understanding Maru as a tantric place, because scholars have located in different places, and it is thanks to this collaboration with this scholar that we could ascertain that Maru is an ancient tantric place. So this was missed by Tucci because there was no knowledge of it. And regarding Dilburi, that was missed as an important tantric place of Lahore, this is due to the corrupted texts that Tucci had at hand. So for these sacred places can be traced back to this very ancient 9th century tantric text. And since then, since Tibetan Buddhism thrived in Tibet, there has been a trend for Tibetan meditators to travel back to these places, as they are considered sources of many tantras. And as another scholar, now he's not a Sanskritist, he's an anthropologist, as he puts it, it was a journey going back to the source of the Tibetan tantric tradition, back to the original source of blessings. So for the Orgyenpa, Drupsok Orgyenpa and Taksangrepa, so I'll revert short and briefly and come back to these figures. So Gyawa Gotsang Tucci studied, but there is no clear itinerary, and he didn't go up to Swat Valley. He went to Jalandhara. So if I go back to this map, he traveled to Jalandhara. And so these are places which are found in his biography, the brown stars, just a selection of them found in his biographies. By the way, there are more than 10 biographies, and none of them have been translated so far. So the work of Tucci is very important in that sense, because he studied some of these biographies which have rarely been studied, even though Gyawa Gotsangpa is a very important figure, especially in the Western Himalayas and in these regions of Ladakh, Lahore, and Spiti, Goge, historically, I mean, 13th century, 14th century, 15th century. That's another topic. Back to this map. So the biography mentioned Lahore and down to Jalandhara. And the local tradition, of course, mentions Mount Kailash and the regions of Mount Kailash in great extent, but also these are the red stars, and there are many stories and sites associated with his pilgrimage. So he didn't go up to or down to the Swat Valley, but he instructed his disciple, Druptop Ogenpa, to go. And Druptop Ogenpa went. So we have about 20, 30 years gap between the two. And Ogenpa, his name, as I guess many of you know, Ogen is the Tibetan name for Odhyana. And he got the name Ogenpa as the man who went to Odhyana. And sorry, this is Daksang Reba, the founder of Hemis. He's considered the reincarnation of Druptop Ogenpa because he went to Ogyenyu, because he went to the Swat Valley. And there is an itinerary also. There is a Lamik, a travelogue. So we have in the biography of Druptop Ogenpa and the Lamik, which Tuchi studied, we have again selection of brown stars from the text of places where he traveled. So Tuchi didn't really linger on the visit to Ladakh. He actually spent twice several years in Ladakh. Another Italian scholar, Roberto Vitali, did a footnote in his Gyalrab of Guge, the Royal Chronicle of Guge. He mentioned that, he studied that briefly. But this is important because this makes him an important master for the religious history of the region. And again, we have in the text, the contemporaneous text, a mention of Lahore, very important. And this is where there was a corruption in the text that's Tuchi studied. And then went to Kuluta, and then Jalandhara, and then further to Ogyenyu or Udhyana. I'm having a little bit of technical, I have to go on my phone and okay. So Odhyana, just as the eminent professor before mentioned, Swat Valley, there has been extensive work done, in particular after Tuchi founded the Italian archaeological mission in Pakistan. And Lahore has been far less studied. So this is a complex of 3 valleys, Garsha in the local language, and also known as Garsha in the local, in the Tibetan speaking community. So I've been living there for 6 years, almost continuously, winters included. And during these years, I have spent a lot of time with the local practitioners, interviewed dozens of them, and visited many places, studied many shrines, and the local texts that have been handed to me. So that's how it was imposed on me that Lahore is a very important sacred place with a rich Buddhist history. And Lahore has been the primary focus of my research on the Western Himalayas. So what I actually did is that when I was living there with the local community is I wrote a sort of a pilgrimage guidebook for the local population. And what I'm doing here is sort of share with the scientific community and the academic community and with you as an academic audience, these findings. And we can discuss them. So all these figures that Tuchi studied as pilgrims to Tibetan pilgrims to the Swat Valley have something in common, is that they belong to one very specific single tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, which is the Drupal lineage, which is a branch of the Kagyu stemming from Marpa and Milarepa and then branching out. It was founded around the year 1200 by the first Gyalwang Drupal Tsampagari. This Drupal lineage is known to have had for centuries a particular ethos and practice style specific, which involves wandering, as the masters send their disciples to leave their home place, leave their monastery and the company of their guru, and to wander, seek blessing of the forefathers in places where the forefathers of the lineage have practiced. And traveling with a complete lack of any possession and reference point will bring a lot of hardship through the physical detachment which is involved, no fixed residence, no reliable entourage, and so it involves physical wandering in remote places and even foreign places. So this traveling homeless practice is meant to strengthen one's spiritual practice, and the key is perseverance and devotion to the guru who instructs the disciple to live. So Gautama was instructed by his master, who was the founder of the lineage, to live just as all his fellow disciples were instructed to live, wherever remote places, blessed places. So he went to this Mount Kailash and down to Jalandhara, the places which are part of the major 24 tantric places. And Drukpa Ogyempa went to Swat Valley because his guru instructed him to go. And Taksan Repa, sorry, I didn't put the name because I had them so many slides in storage and work and in progress. He was instructed to go to the Swat Valley in the 17th century by his guru, so he went. So this is a devotional practice. And so this had led from the early 13th century to this day, today, pilgrims, Tibetan pilgrims, to travel and come to Lahore, especially as Lahore is still a Buddhist place today, whereas Jalandhara and the Swat Valley are not, but still there are still Tibetan devotees who go to Jalandhara today and who go to Kashmir today, but that's another topic, not for now. The study of Tuchi was somehow partial because he decided to get rid of all these religious and spiritual aspects and rather focus on the geography and the practicalities of travelings and the itineraries. So now coming back to the itineraries and Lahore in particular, as I said, there are several very important tantric places in Lahore. Some are mentioned in the ancient tantric scriptures from India, and they are part of the pilgrimage of these pilgrims. So here is Jalandhara, and much further northwest is Udayana. So zooming in to show Jalandhara, Kuluta, Dirburi, and zooming in to find in Lahore, we have Dirburi and Maju or Maruta. And we could further zoom in, but I'll do that later. So I have already shown these journeys. Now I will talk about this what was missed and how it was missed. Speaking about Ogyempa and his travelogue, Tucci read that from the biography and the travelogue he had at hand, that during the hot month, we resided in the great mountain called Garntama, and he specified in a footnote, that Garntama could not be located by me. So Garntama is a corrupted form from, if I look at different other texts, so another biography, and also a Chojung, which is a general history of Buddhism, where in one case it's called not the great mountain Garntama, but the great mountain Gandala, and in the Lorung Chojung, it's called the Garsha mountain Gondola. So Gondola So here I'm zooming in from this map. So this is all of Lahore. There are 3 valleys: the Baga River flowing down from here, down here, the Chandra River flowing here from the pass that leads to Spiti Valley. And then they come together, which makes it a very sacred place in itself. It's a triangle. So it's the source of the universal phenomena, the symbol of emptiness. And here, when at the junction, there is the Chandra Baga, the union of the Baga and the Chandra River. And if we zoom here, there is a mountain, the Jilburi. And here is Jilburi, and here the Sangam, the joining point of these 3 rivers. There is a shrine called Gondola. So the place that was missed by Tuchi is this place, which stands on Jilburi. And furthermore, maybe I will not now go into details, but based on another misreading from a modern pilgrimage guidebook in Tibetan language, which talks of Gondola and Jilburi in the title, Tuchi inferred that there are 2 mountains, Jilburi Mountain and Gondola Mountain. And he specifies on one of them, you can see a cave. So he refers to it as very visible from afar. Maybe I could show a picture. No, that's not that one. Okay, I leave the picture. That's for another time. So there was a complete confusion between this cave here and this shrine here and Jilburi as different places, and so overall missing that there is this very sacred spot which is associated with the Tantra and Chakra Samvara. This is how it looks when we go up, and it's called Jilburi locally, or sometimes Gondola. And you see there are 2 peaks, and there are 2 reasons why the place is called Gondola and Gondola. One is that this is the place of union, so the mountain of spontaneous union, Vajra Jilburi, Dorje Jilburi, or Vajraganta mountain, which are found in some texts, which is a reference, according to the tradition, which is very difficult to track back to original sources, because it goes back to the Indian Mahasiddha Vajrakantapa, so the Mahasiddha of the bell, holder of the bell. So here are 2 representations. He's in union. This is very important. And he holds a Vajra and a bell, and in union. So sometimes he's called Gantapa, the one of the bell, but the full name is Vajragantapa. And that gives the name to this mountain, where it is said locally and in later Tibetan sources, or sources in Tibetan language, that this is the place where he reached enlightenment. And he initiated a Tantra of Chakra Samvara, which is very widespread in the different Tibetan schools, the Kagyu schools, the Gelugpa schools. They call it the Jilpupa tradition of Chakra Samvara. And because of that, this mountain of Jilburi, the mountain of the bell, the mountain of the one of the bell, this Mahasiddha, is associated with the Chakra Samvara and is associated with Mount Kailash and the other tantric places. So there was no study of this topic and in Tuchi, and his conclusion when talking about Lahore is there were Buddhists there, but it was not an important Buddhist place. And to this, I will now add further comments. So first, there was this misunderstanding of gondola or the mountain Gandala, which is Ganta mountain, Ganta meaning the bell, like Jilbu means the bell. And a very important tantric place. And this Gandala is mentioned several times in the biography of Drupal Ogyenpa. And it is a major magnet for pilgrims to Lahore, and possibly from very ancient times, because as we have just seen, there is another tantric place, which I said, from which is found also in the Shaiva, and thanks to the Shaiva, tantric Shaiva scriptures, can identify that it is here, Lahore. It's not, because many scholars have thoughts and Tuchi missed and say, oh, this Marku is somewhere much further down in southern India or somewhere in northern India, but not in the Himalayas. But Tibetan tradition from the Tibetan pilgrims and to these days located here, and the Shaiva Tantra from Kashmir, who have a lot in common, especially in the practices and the place of practice. A lot of in common with the Buddhist Tantra, clearly located here. As I said, this is a finding by discussing with a Sanskritist who is a specialist of Shaiva text. So the tantric, now back to this Drilbury, there is also in Gondola, there are archaeological remains, which I think Tucci completely missed, but some other scholars, early scholars, Orientalists mentioned, of ancient Buddhist vihara here, and there's a complex of caves, and there are some remains that were found. So we have actually a place which might be an important Buddhist place for 2,000 years, according to the remains that have been found in these caves, and at least 1,000 years according to tantric text, and furthermore, after the Drukpa lineage sent the yogis meditating in very remote sacred places, we had a hub here in Gondola. And sadly, again, Tucci missed this, because first he missed the identity of Gondola, and secondly, he missed another point when Drupal Ogyenpa was here in Gondola. So he in his biography and travelogue says he had amazing realization and amazing visions, and this was really an enhancer for his practice to meditate here. And he said that there were many Gya Repas. So I don't have it on my slides. Gya means in Tibetan language, it can ragata gayata gya can refer to Gyanak, China, or Gyakar, India. And because we are very close to India, and Tucci was analyzing this thinking of the Swat Valley, he thought that Gya means India. And then Repa, Rasa, Repa, means in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, it means yogis. Because Repa means cotton, so cotton-clad yogis, this means practitioners who have gained so much control over their own psychic energy that they don't need to wear woolen clothes, but only cotton clothes. That's the Repa. So he understood that it means they were Indian ascetic. ascetics meditating in gondola in the 13th century. But Gyare actually is the name of the founder of the Drukpa lineage, Tsampa Gyare. And Gyareba refers to the followers of the Drukpa lineage. So we had here a hub of Drukpa yogis, that means followers of the Tibetan Drukpa lineage, meditating in this place. So they, of course, they will not meditate on the tip of the mountain. They will meditate in the complex of caves here at Gondola.
Estelle, in the interest of time, may I ask you to wrap up in a minute or two? Thank you.
I will. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will just conclude saying that this is a very famous destination for pilgrims, Tibetan pilgrims today, Tibetans in exile, but the local population of the Western Himalayas, Ladakhi, here this is Dilburi. And then there's another shrine also dating back to the Kashmiri Buddhism, which is called Tiloknath in the Indic languages, or Garsha Pakpa, and in the Tibetan language. And it has a statue that is highly revered and regarded as magical. And so there is throughout the Western Himalayas of Ladakh, Lahore, Spiti, we find copies of this image, which is this Kashmiri Shrine here in Lahore. So now I'm talking about this one, Pakpa. So a Kashmiri shrine from the 10th century or 9th century. And so we have here in Lahore many elements that make it a very important tantric destination for more than 1,000 years and for many Tibetan pilgrims. And so this is my humble contribution to continue the work of Tuchi regarding the Tibetan pilgrims to the tantric places in the Western Himalayas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Estelle. Thank you, Christian and Luca. May I invite the audience to comment and ask, pose your questions. Yes, Klaus-Dieter.
Yeah, thank you very much to the contributors, and which was again fascinating and very rich in information. And I have one small observation to Estelle Adlan's talk. The word gondola is a Middle Indic form containing ganda, like smell or fragrance, and gondola then is means a house of fragrance, or like a tritsangkang in Tibetan, and that's like just another like word or designation for a temple or a monastery. And I came. Yeah, like I came across, you know, like this designation in different contexts. And so like monastery was often used as gondola. For example, Pelpung monastery in Eastern Tibet is also referred to in some texts as gondola. So I just wanted to say that it's not just one particular monastery. But
yes, I didn't have the time to go into the details, but also in the Drukpa lineage, like the main
I was sure
it's called also gondola.
Yeah,
so,
I was
definitely.
I was sure you knew that. I just wanted to make clear that.
Thank you.
Anyway, this is my small remark. The other one is like Christian Lusenitz, like question, you know, of what Tucci's main interest was, and whether we do justice to him by calling him an art historian. And like that begs a little bit the question also, like how we define art history. I know that like in the art history of the recent decades, style has become a more dominant component of art history, and I agree that style, or study of style, is very important, and to establish also the age and provenance of an art effect. But when I studied art history in Bonn with Professor Maxwell, he really insisted that art history should also look at textual material and do symbolism and also iconographic studies, much the way Giuseppe Tucci has been doing it. So I was just maybe I try to open now a discussion, also of what Tucci's main interest is, and I agree that his main interest is Tibetan or Chinese and Sanskrit texts and Buddhist philosophy, as we have seen this morning from Dr. Cheng's very nice presentation. And then, I would argue that when you have a chance to travel in Tibet, you would also avail yourself of the situation and make some art historical observations. In the same way, when I was working for the Nepal Manuscript Preservation Project, I was also looking for historical texts, or also for legal texts, not because it's my main interest, but because I knew I'm the only one who come to such a remote place, and I know colleagues are very much interested in that. So I just wanted to start a discussion about what Tucci's main interests were.
No, thanks for that interesting question, especially because it comes or it brings it to a crucial point. Obviously, art history is difficult to define because obviously we are using whatever methodologies that we can use in a particular instance. And I think what I wanted mostly to point out that is, if we'll call him an art historian, we may not do full justice to his approach or we may actually kind of ask too much of him in a certain way, because if we look at what we can do now in art history, is we have a much bigger comparative body of material available. We have much greater access to the sources and so on, and we have a kind of refined framework of how we attribute objects within Tibetan history. And I think asking that of a pioneer in this field is asked too much. But more broadly, I think I wanted to point out that his perspective and the way he talks about the paintings, it's hardly there's an appreciation of quality. There's an appreciation, there's definitely connoisseurship there, but not necessarily art historical thinking, using the art itself or style, for example, but style could be only one, as a source in that sense.
Thank you. Well, what struck me was that Tucci spent mainly only 2 full days at Tabo in such a rich place of art, and he could have spent probably 3 or 4 months if he wanted to, and so why didn't he spend more time? And it shows his little interest maybe in art. That's my impression.
I think these expeditions were expensive. He had to be very economical about the time he could spend in each place. And it was stunning what he achieved in this short time period. And so I think, but again, I point that out simply to show we would expect too much for him to actually, what he achieved was already a miracle, and we would have expected too much if we'll kind of expect him to understand it fully, as we do now, spending 2 weeks there or a month there. Yeah.
Well, thanks for putting this into perspective. Yeah.
Are there any other questions?
So maybe I just want to follow up on Professor Mata's question, and I want to ask a question. When looking back at Tucci's methodology, text-centered text methodology of doing art history, would today's art historians consider Tucci's method as obsolete or old-fashioned? I'm raising this issue because I assume that the world of art history today is very different from what it looked like in Europe in 1920s. For example, Western art historians nowadays are well informed by critical theory, deconstruction theory, and gender studies. Cultural studies, and here in Hong Kong, for example, the discipline of art history is somewhat market oriented because rich people use artifacts as an investment to diversify their assets portfolio. So I'm wondering if Tucci's text-centered methodology of doing art history is still relevant today, or maybe it's not that progressive.
No, thanks. That's a very, very interesting question. And I think if it again, it depends what you are kind of working on and what area it is concerned. In many ways, my own art historical methodology is as old-fashioned as Tucci's. And I think this is simply the fact that in terms of Tibetan art history, we are still building the basics in many ways. And so, yes, you can look at Tibetan art on a gender perspective and all kinds of other contemporary perspectives in art, but you still need the basis. And so Western art history, of course, has moved on simply because the basis is there in many respects, and there is not so much groundwork to do. So in that sense, yeah, it depends on what material you are working on and what you can do with it. So it's a complex question, but in terms of Tibetan art, very often Tucci is actually a model because he went on site, he did on-site documentation, and he looked at texts. We have to not to forget that despite Kausti Tabate's mentioning a kind of text-centered art history is also present today. There is also art history that doesn't look at the texts at all and just interprets it from the basis of appearance and so on. And kind of so there is a wide diversity in the field. And in a way, yes, I think he would be considered old-fashioned today, but not different from myself.
Okay, thank you.
This could lead to a very long discussion. And I thank you both for that.
There's a discussion, there's some chat.
Oh, there is one more question also in the chat box.
Okay, yes.
There's one question for you, I think, Estelle, about Maru as a special place of pilgrimage, or whether it is a wider geographical region.
Today, Maru is for the Tibetan or Tibetan Buddhist pilgrims, it's a specific shrine. But if we look at older accounts from biographies, we find there is a channel ground, and there are many. It's a region. It's a small region, and in the Shaiva text and the Tantra, it's just called Maru, and it's called in the Shaiva text. It's called Lahula, which actually is the origin of the name Lahul. I mean, connects with the origin of the name Lahul. So it's not a kingdom. It is today it is mainly one shrine. But if one goes on pilgrimage, there are many sites around the shrine, like imprints of dakinis on the rock in many different places across the border, and it seems there are in the ancient in biographies from the 13th centuries many reference of yogis meditating there. So I suspect Shaiva tantric yogis also meditated there, and not in the shrine. The shrine in the temple is quite small. It's very small, and yeah, it's very small.
Thank you for that. May I propose a 5-minute break? I know we're running a little bit behind time, but maybe 5 minutes, and we regather at 5 to 6 or 12:55 in Europe for the last panel and then the final keynote lecture. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I would firstly like to thank the previous speakers one more time. That was a very interesting panel that led to a good number of questions. For the third panel, we have actually two connected papers. And again, we will have the two presenters speak and then ask for your questions afterwards. Firstly, I would like to invite Lorenzo Pezzichini from Universitae Campus, who is speaking about climbing up the ladder before throwing it away, Giuseppe Tucci and Indian logic. And as the title suggests, Lorenzo is very much concerned with Tucci's scholarly interest and his interest in Indian logic. Over to you, Lorenzo.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Okay. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the promoters of this wonderful Tucci Symposium. I'm honored to be taking part in it. Moreover, Nicole and I are glad to share our research with you. We heard today very interesting presentations, and we hope you will enjoy ours. Critiques, corrections, suggestions, comments are, of course, very welcome. The title of my talk is Climbing Up the Ladder Before Throwing It Away, Giuseppe Tucci and Indian Logic. Okay, I have to. The purpose of my talk is to trace a brief overview of Tucci's scholarly interest in Indian logic, with some reference to the Buddhist school of logic and epistemology, commonly called by scholars Buddhist pramana. My talk serves as a general introduction to Nicola's presentation. I will talk briefly about the relevance of Indian logic in Tucci's academic activity and intellectual life, whereas Nicola will focus on Tucci as editor of a Buddhist pramana text, A Ladder to Logic of Vidyakara Shanti. Why Nicole and I chose this topic? Even though there are excellent studies on Tucci's biography and on his thoughts, scholars did not yet focus on the relevance of Indian logic in Tucci's philosophical and philological enterprises. Therefore, Nicole and I would like to move some first steps in this so far neglected area. And now I will give you a summary of my talk. In the first part of my talk, I will retrace Tucci's first steps and further leaps in the study of Indian logic. In the second part of my talk, I will outline what I call the Tucci's dream, i.e. Tucci's yearning for a cross-cultural and a universal future knowledge based on the procedures of Indian logic. In doing so, during my presentation, I will try to answer to the following questions. In which works and when did Tucci start dealing with Indian logic? How extensive were Tucci's skills in the field of logic? What were his sources for the study of logic? And finally, which role did Indian logic play in Tucci's thought? We can start with the first part. Tucci started dealing with Indian logic already in an early stage of his academic career. As an example, you can see the books or paper on the fragments from Dignaga and the pre-Dignaga Buddhist texts. We quoted in another presentation. Now, it is worth noting that Tucci started dealing with Indian logic, especially Buddhist, both through non-Sanskrit sources, Chinese ones, and Sanskrit ones. The question is, why did Tucci start dealing with Chinese sources of Indian logic? There are probably two reasons for that. First, because of his interest in Chinese philosophy. Second one, because Chinese sources represent good indirect sources for the study of Buddhist Pramana authors like Dignaga and pre-Pramana authors. Yet, Tucci's interest in Indian logic is not fortuitous. In fact, browsing his academic publications, Tucci's interest in Indian logic appears perspicuous and widespread. Moreover, as we are told by Gnoli, during his university lectures, Tucci used to read Indian texts on logic. Now, where was Tucci interested in Indian logic and especially in Buddhist Pramana? I would suggest three reasons for that. The first is a scholarly reason. Buddhist logic was, and in a way still is, an uncharted area of study, and Tucci was extremely proud in offering groundbreaking contributions to the research. The second one is a soteriological reason. Tucci was a self-declared and initiated Buddhist, and the correct knowledge, samyak jnana, obtained through logic is conceived in some Buddhist traditions as a means of liberation. The third one is a theoretical reason. For Tucci, Indian logic and its procedures are capable to renew Western thought. Now I would like to offer you a simile in order to understand better the soteriological reason underlying Tucci's interest in Indian Buddhist logic. Using a well-known simile, the rational thought, logic, is compared to a ladder to salvation. Once liberation is obtained by climbing up the ladder of logic, we have to throw the ladder away. And I found also this simile in the work of Arthur Schopenhauer and Ludwig Wittgenstein. Employing another well-known simile, logic is like a raft. It's for crossing over and not for holding on. And this is a simile in the very famous Buddha Sutta in the Pali Canon. Therefore, we have to keep in mind that for Tucci, as for the Buddhist Pramana tradition, logic is a means and not the final aim of human beings. Let's talk a little bit about Tucci's research method on Indian logic. For Tucci, three are the main ingredients for making good research in Indian philosophy. First, direct relationship with places where a thought has developed. Second, accurate knowledge of the languages in which it is expressed. Third, acknowledgement of its peculiar methods. These requirements are of course fulfilled in Tucci's research on Indian logic. In fact, he carried on-site research on Indian logic, acquiring rare and previously unknown manuscripts in Indian Tibet, debating with Panditas, etc. He mastered the languages in which it is expressed, and he was conscious of the peculiar methods and doctrines of Indian logic, which have to be studied and appreciated regardless of the Western tradition. Nevertheless, it is clear that Tucci dealt with Indian logic with previous knowledge deriving from his training in Western logic. As far as I know, Tucci was not a first supporter of modern logic, i.e. mathematical formal logic. He studied instead the logic of Thomas Aquinas contained in his Summe. On one hand, Tucci showed good knowledge of medieval Thomistic logic, whose means like logical squares are used by him in order to illustrate the various kinds of inferences and fallacies classified by Indian logicians. On the other hand, he showed no explicit knowledge of modern mathematical logic, which in some cases would be very useful to him in order to correctly reconstruct forms of reasoning. I would like to offer you an example of Tucci's treatment of Indian logic. In Tucci's Storia della filosofia indiana, History of Indian Logic, there are a few points that may particularly catch the attention of philosophers and logicians For instance, I refer to the debate on the Vyapti, the pervasion among Naiyayikas, and to the treatment of the Buddhist theory of inference. About the point one, it seems to me that Tucci misunderstood the Upanaya term, the application term of a Vyatirega, negative concomitance in an Anvaya Vyatirekins inference. This misunderstanding could be avoided through the application of Frege's rules for the formalization of negative universal quantified propositions. Now, Tucci's indifference toward fruitless formalization is scientifically correct. Indian logic, in fact, is not formal logic. However, formalizing arguments could be very useful in some occasions in order to avoid ambiguity, fallacies, or pleonastic reasoning forms, like in the Trairupya, the core doctrine of the Buddhist Pramana school. Here I refer to point 2. In light of this, my suggestion is that we could carry on and develop Tucci's groundbreaking and fundamental work on Indian logic by cultivating and applying modern formal logic during our reading of Sanskrit texts on logic, as done by Karl Potter, avoiding redundant and misleading formalizations like in Xi, and improving philologically and logically Tucci's editions of logical texts. This topic will be analyzed in detail by Nicola in his talk. Let's move to the second part of my talk, Tucci's dream. Tucci had a dream, which I would like to call, since we are virtually located in Hong Kong, the Yuan-Yang of world thought. What does it mean? Probably you know the Yuan-Yang. The Yuan-Yang, coffee with tea, is a typical drink of Hong Kong in which Eastern and Western cultures, tea and coffee, encounter perfectly. Using the term Yuan-Yang, I mean the synthetic result, which is not syncretism, of both East and West rational thought, a synthesis which implies the inception of a new form of knowledge. I would suggest that this instance of a non-syncretistic synthesis between Eastern and Western logic is one of the recondite reasons of Tucci's wide interest in Indian logic. Like Kipling, also Tucci, in a certain phase of his research, rejected the idea of a possible encounter between Eastern and Western thought. However, in a later moment, Tucci changed his mind and identified in the methods and procedures of Indian logic the means for a renewal of Western thought. In fact, Indian logic appeared to him as a milestone, pointing at a universal cross-cultural future knowledge. This change appears clear also in an editorial of East and West, in which Tucci argued that the logic developed in classical India is the logic of every age, the logic superior to all formal dialectics, and therefore the very logic of all future knowledge. This editorial of East and West was meaningfully written in memory of Benedetto Croce, the first philosopher who pointed out in Italy the relevance of Indian logic in light of a renewal of Western logic. Tucci did not specify how this dream could be actually realized. He only yearned for a universal and cross-cultural future knowledge. Therefore, its realization is a task that we, following in his footsteps, are called to complete. As conclusions, I would say that the relevance of Indian logic in Tucci's philosophical and philological enterprises is so far a neglected area of study that Tucci started dealing with Indian logic already in an early stage of his academic career, both through Sanskrit and non-Sanskrit sources. Tucci's interest in Indian logic is not fortuitous, but appears perspicuous and widespread. Tucci dealt with Indian logic with previous knowledge deriving from his training in Western logic, medieval logic, but not mathematical one. We could carry on and develop Tucci's groundbreaking work on Indian logic by applying modern formal logic during our reading of Sanskrit texts on logic, and by improving philologically Tucci's editions of logical text. This is a need of team working. And to the end, Tucci's dream of bridging the East and West through Indian logic is, so far as I can see, one of the most fascinating aspects of his scholarly legacy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lorenzo. May I invite comments and questions? Are there any questions?
I have, go ahead, Daisy.
Daisy.
I don't have a question, actually. It's just a comment, just to say hello to Nicola and also hello to Lorenzo. And I have some comments on Lorenzo's presentation. So you mentioned that you mentioned some reasons why Tucci started his investigation with the Chinese translations of Indian logical texts. I have also another idea that probably it's because the Chinese translations of the text that he investigated, at least some of them are quite early. So they are the earliest logical texts, like Indian Buddhist logical texts. such as the one attributed to Nagarjuna, the Shastra. No, it's not the Upaya Kritaya attributed to Nagarjuna, and also the Shastra attributed to Vasubandhu. Yeah, and also I also have another suspicion. I don't know, like if I could confirm this in writings of Tucci or in his works, but I suspected that he probably discussed Indian logic with Pandits in India when he was there. So there might be, I don't know who inspired who, but I suspected that the Indian Pandits sparked Tucci's interest in Buddhist logic. I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe you can also like try to have a look. Yeah, that's it. But by the way, I really like your Yun Yang one as a Hong Konger, so really nice.
Thank you, Daisy. Any other questions? Lorenzo?
May I say something? Thank you, Daisy, for your comments, very precious, and for your wonderful presentation, more precise than mine. And I would like to try to answer to Professor Klaus-Dieter Mattes, pointing out that really we could also write a paper on the epistemology of mistake, the mistake in Giuseppe Tucci's thoughts, because he usually said, I am a pioneer, I don't fear mistakes. It's normal. It happens, making mistakes, but I don't fear mistake because I am pioneer. And I agree with you and Nicola. These very small mistakes are not a mark of a lack of interest in Indian logic. I think that Tucci was really interested in Indian logic for different reasons, for the scholarly reasons, theoretical reasons, and also what I call the soteriological reason, perhaps. I don't know, this is a small suggestion. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions? If not, it gives me great pleasure, and it is indeed an honor to introduce Klaus-Dieter Mattes and our second keynote lecture, the final lecture of this event, in which Klaus-Dieter Mattes of the University of Vienna will speak about in the footsteps of Giuseppe Tucci through the Himalayan Mala Kingdom in Western Nepal. And he will look at some of the significant discoveries that Tucci did, and especially his highlighting, I should say, of the ancient Himalayan Mala Kingdom. Mattes then builds upon these groundbreaking findings with his new research on the history of the lamas in Dolpo, which had been part of the Mala Kingdom at the time. May I hand over to you, Klaus-Dieter Mattes? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your kind introduction, and yeah, for bringing this symposium together. That is really wonderful. And as I try to share my PowerPoint presentation, I would like to just make a few, say a few sentences to lead over, like from Giuseppe Tucci's study of logic and so on. And now, can you imagine that? Do you see my screen already, or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. Now imagine that, you have been working for 2 years, on Pramana material, on Nagarjuna and so on. And then, your government or your university comes to you and offers you a free trip to Tibet. well, here you have the money, you know, you can travel, you can do an expedition. And would you say no? So like, I was in a similar situation, you know, like I was offered, you know, by Hamburg University to do expeditions to look for manuscripts and yeah, do expeditions in like Western Nepal. And so I feel very close to Giuseppe Tucci, you know, like being mainly, you know, interested in philological, philosophical studies, but at the same time also I always had the opportunity in my life, in my academic life, to do expeditions in the Himalayas and in Tibet. So that's why I have chosen this topic for my talk here. But, you know, like, well, to be told, you know, like in the 1930s in Italy or in Austria or in Germany by your government, here you can go for free to Tibet. To which extent do you need to collaborate with your government? And normally that would be not a problem, but, you know, like given the time, you know, like of the authoritarian governments in Italy, Austria, and Germany, like Giuseppe Tucci, of course, had to make some concessions. And when you read his like study of his like biography by Alice Crisanti, and which was also reviewed by Giacomo Orofino, you can point out two like critical points in the life of Giuseppe Tucci. One is the involvement in Mussolini's Asian propaganda project, and the other one is that he participated in the Commission for the Study of Judaism in the Life of Italy, set up by the Reale Accademia d'Italia. And accusations like have never been completely dispelled. Now, like compared to like Austrian scholars of his time, like Erich Frauwallner and maybe also the explorer Heinrich Harrer, I think Giuseppe Tucci was doing pretty well. I mean, he was like finding a very balanced way of dealing the situation he was in. But like recently, when the city of Rome decided to name one of its roads after Tucci, there was a strong outcry from the Italian Jewish community. Now, this is not part of my lecture, but I thought it's important during this symposium to have mentioned that at least once. And well, we don't know like how we would behave, you know, in a similar situation. So it's very difficult to criticize this. Now I'm going to revisit the life story of Giuseppe Tucci, and I concentrate on what I consider is important, like also for evaluating his like research and his expedition work. Now, as mentioned already during the symposium, Giuseppe Tucci proved to be an extremely gifted scholar of classical languages. At the age of 17, he published his first article with a study of a Latin inscription in the prestigious review of the German Archaeological Institute. And then, you know, like he started to learn Oriental languages like Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Chinese when he was already very young. And that, of course, provided a very strong foundation, you know, for his philological work. And like it has been demonstrated in various presentations today already, that he was capable of restoring philosophical Sanskrit texts from Chinese. And that's something really difficult. And the way he did it was excellent. Even though, like, of course, you know, there are always here and there a few small mistakes, a few minor things need to be refined. Now, like Giuseppe Tucci was also very much interested in Tibetology, and he like started to travel in Tibetan-speaking areas in 1928, 1930, and 31. Like he was traveling to Ladakh, and from 1933, and there was one short expedition in 1931 already. Like he started to visit Tibet proper, and these expeditions were pretty regular and were mainly disrupted by World War II. Now, during his last trip to Tibet in 1948, he even managed to enter the sacred city of Lhasa, like after he had declared that he was of Buddhist faith. And as we have seen already from other presentations, it seems he was truly a Buddhist practitioner also. And like his numerous Tibetological publications are witness of his broad knowledge of Tibetan religion and philosophy. While Tibetan painted scrolls have been mentioned already as an example. And well, I mean, there is a small anecdote which I have to tell you, for my master, defense at Bonn University, it was usual that the professor would read with you, show you a Tibetan text, and you had to translate just without any preparation. And yeah, I was just told, by my professor, well, it will be on a text by the fifth Dalai Lama, the Bögi Tepter Chigi Gyalmo Luyang. And I was reading this text, and it's really difficult. And there were some passages which I had really problems to understand. And then, I found out that Giuseppe Tucci was translating or quoting this Tepter, this historical text. And whenever, I was hoping for some help, Giuseppe Tucci had not translated by himself, but had just made ... So he obviously had also similar problems. So, but fortunately, during my examination, these parts were not part of our discussion. Probably my professor also didn't understand them. Okay, so we continue. Now to the actual talk in the footsteps of Giuseppe Tucci. Now, the new circumstances of the 1950s forced Tucci to turn to the Tibetan-speaking areas of northern Nepal, which he visited in 1952 and 54. And well, what he basically discovered was an entire ancient kingdom, the Western Himalayan Mala kingdom, not to be confounded by the Mallas in the Kathmandu Valley. And we already knew about this kingdom from the Tibetan chronicles, but the Tibetan chronicles, they were not always mutually endorsing each other. There were contradictions. Now, what really saved the day was Giuseppe Tucci's discovery of the so-called Dulu inscription set up by the Western Mala king Prithvi Mala, and it's dated May 21, 22, 1357. It's located halfway between Chumla and the Indian border. And based on this Dulu inscription, Giuseppe Tucci could establish the royal genealogies, the Vajravalis of Kuke and Purang. And he could also establish that the kings from there eventually ruled this Western Mala kingdom from Semcha, a place which is close to Chumla in Western Nepal. Sorry, I'm going to the next. I don't know how good you can see this Google map, but you see here the main locations. You have here Semcha, which became the capital of the Western Himalaya Kingdom, not far from Chumla, where you can fly from Nepalganj and Kathmandu. And then very close by is Dolpo, Bichagaon. I'm going to talk about the genealogies of the lamas of Bicha, which have been part of the Western Himalayan kingdom. The inscription Dulu was discovered here. Then, here you have Mount Kailash, you have the old town, frontier town Purang, very close to the Nepalese border. You have also Kochak, Gompa. And then what also matters in my talk, finally, is Saparang and Toling, which is not so far away from the Kailash area in the Sutlej Valley. Now, please keep this map in mind. And I just scroll down a little bit. And here you have a bird-eye view of the Western Himalaya kingdom, taken from a flight from Lhasa to Nari in Western Tibet. And you can see like the northern border of this kingdom, which of course is an important part of the main Himalayan range. Now I have to go back to another mode. Yeah, okay. So like I just wanted to repeat that like up to Tucci's discovery in Dulu, these genealogies were only known from Tibetan historiographical sources. And now, like this was a situation when I went to the field, when I started my documentation work for the Nepalese German manuscript preservation project. And so equipped with this information, like I was like very soon discovering historical Tibetan sources, which like were based or which were in accordance with what Tucci find. One is an old edict from Bichagaon, which starts with a well-known Vajrapani of the Tibetan kings, of Jumla, and like they are in accordance with the Dulu inscriptions. And also the story that the king Kide Nimagön divided his kingdom among his 3 sons. I don't read all these names, so time is not enough. And all these facts, you know, like they are supported by Tucci's finding and gives them a much stronger like credibility. Yeah. So here's a picture of the Dulu inscription. And well, it's like it has 2 Vajravalis. One starts with Nimagön, Adityapala or Adipala, sometimes short form, from Purang, and then the lineage of Nagaraja from Guge or Tsaparang. And the reason why you have 2 genealogies here will be explained in a minute. So according to this Dulu inscription, we have the exact names of, first of all, the lineage of Adipala or Adityapala, and Punyamala, the last mentioned on the inscription, moved to the capital Semcha near Jumla in western Nepal because the last king of the other lineage of Nagaraja became a monk and had no son. Yeah, so that's why the first lineage of Adipala is mentioned on the Dulu inscription, because in the 14th century, Punyamala from this lineage, from Purang, went to Nepal and continued the reign of the Western Himalayan kingdom of the Mallas. So that's basically the names which fully accord with the Tibetan historical sources. Now, with his discovery of the Dulu inscription, Giuseppe Tucci could establish, first of all, that 2 Indo-Aryan families moved to the in the 10th century to Western Tibet, one to Guge and the other to Purang, which are not very far away from each other, maybe 200 kilometers. So, and the son of Nagaraja, who belonged to the Guge family, moved from Guge or Tsaparang in the 11th century to Semcha, and from there, he ruled this Western Tibetan kingdom, which included also the Kailash area and the Sutlej Valley at the time. Now, Tucci could further establish that Semcha is not Taklakot in Purang, but the one north east of Jumla in present-day Nepal. Then the Vajrapani of Nagaraja mainly accords and thus endorses the Tibetan chronicles. That's also what Tucci pointed out. And now also that Pratap Malla became a monk, and then Punyamala from the Purang family had to move to Semcha in order to continue the royal lineage there. That's also something what Giuseppe Tucci like found out and confirmed. Yeah. Now, this all was published already in 1956, and it was a remarkable achievement. You know, like Tibetology was still in its like initial infant states, and to find out such a complex like element of Western Tibetan and Western Nepalese history is a remarkable achievement. Yeah. So Giuseppe Tucci also availed himself of a Kachak, of a Kochak Gonpa. It's an old Sakya monastery on the Nepalese border on the Tibetan side. Like Kochak, like literally means, you know, where you break the pilgrimage. So pilgrims coming back from the Kora around Mount Kailash, they stop at this monastery and traditionally pray and get teachings. So like there was at this old Sakya monastery also a Kachak, which also confirms like the historical facts Tucci already had established on the basis of the Dulu pillar. Yeah, so now I think there are a few additional like informations that, for example, that Detsugen had received Shangshung, who had received Shangshung, occupied Nishung of Purang. He had two sons, and one of the son was the famous Yeshe, and yeah, that's further discovery of Giuseppe Tucci. Now, like I did, like follow the footsteps of Giuseppe Tucci here, going to Dolpo and also continuing to Chumla. And then on another trip, I moved from Chumla over Mugu to Dolpo. So I was working for more or less 7 or 8 years in these areas, and like could find additional like material that supports Giuseppe Tucci's finding. And also like what is interesting is that like I found the information like in Dolpo Tibetan sources that the king Punyamala, the one who moved from Purang to Semcha, you remember, used like taxes collected in Dolpo to build a Maitreya chapel, and like Punyamala, the king Punyamala also donated a kanshur and tenshur. Well, that is also reported by Giuseppe Tucci, who says like that like the follower of Punyamala, Prithvimala, granted tax exemptions to religious people and to religious projects. So like what I'm saying is that we now get, you know, like sources from different parts of the Mala kingdom, which somehow not contradict each other, but like just confirm each other in content, also in small details. So in this sense, I could continue like the work which Giuseppe Tucci was doing. And here you see now the kanshur in Bichagaon to the left with Lama Tenzin Gyaltsen. And that kanshur was the one who was donated by the Mala king Punyamala. Yeah, and it was first kept at this small like chapel, the Lang Gompa, and then moved to Nesa Gompa, where it is kept today. Now, like I could not locate a tenshur, and also Snellgrove, when he visited the area, like only mentions a kanshur in Bichagaon. And according to the Nari Gyalrap, another source which I discovered, Punyamala was especially devoted to Bhutan Rinchen Drup, and received a copy of the kanshur and tenshur from Shalu in 1335 or soon after. It is not clear, however, from where the present kanshur volumes in Bicha exactly are. A preliminary analysis of the Tathagata Sutra by Zimmermann suggests that it is closely related to the 3 Putrak versions of the kanshur. Research on this Dolpo kanshur is going on here in Vienna, and further information will be communicated in the near future. by Markus Wiebeck, who is working on this collection of canonical Buddhist texts. Like a C14 analysis of the lung cancer by the Pritzker-Roncoroni expedition to Beecher in 2000, in the year 2000, provides a time frame that matches the life dates of Punyamala. Yeah, so there is a lot of evidence that, like, we have located in Dolpo, well, the kanchur, which was donated by the king Punyamala to this western part of the, this eastern part of the western Himalayan kingdom of the Malas. Now, based on this kanchur, I could establish the succession of the lamas from Bichagaon, because, you know, like the colophons of each volume contains a donor, a chindak, and also like a lama from this monastery. So by comparing these colophons, it was possible to establish the lineage. And so, like, after Punyamala, the edict continues with the lamas of Bicha village, who are thus invested with the necessary authority to levy taxes. So the reason why you had such bemchaks was, you know, like, well, you trace your own, like, lineage of lamas back to ancient kings in Semcha and in Western Tibet. Well, that means, you know, you have the necessary authority to levy taxes. So, like, such a bemchak, you know, consists of a historical account, the first half, and in the second half of the bemchak, it is exactly spelled out how much tax every family and every household has to pay. Yeah, and one juicy detail is that, like, the village in Kamarong had to slaughter an oxen when the Lama of Bicha was visiting there. And it gives very detailed, you know, description which part of the animal has to be given to like which entourage of the Lama. And but it shows that, like, the influence of Hinduism was not there. It was basically absent. And that confirms also Tucci's observation of a strong Buddhist, that is not Hindu, presence in the Mala kingdom. Now, I don't know how much time I have left. Florian, can you just, I'm getting close to the end, right?
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Well, I mean, there is another very important Trikung Kakyu, like Sita, Maha Sita, Truptop Senge Yeshe, and the 11th abbot of Nesa, Tsiltrim Dorje, who lived at the time of Punyamala, wrote a foundation story, Chakra, which says that Senge Yeshe consecrated this monastery, which, like the lineage of which I was investigating. And an early hagiography of Senge Yeshe from Lemi, close to Kailash, also very close to the Tibetan border, informs us that he was on his way to close by She. And he spent altogether 16 years there and was traveling backward and forward, like between She, or the Crystal Mountain, and Mount Kailash. And at some point later on, the Crystal Mountain in Dolpo was considered the brother of Mount Kailash. So that established a very close connection to the Kailash region. And like all these, like descriptions make much better sense against the backdrop of the historical information on the early Western Himalayan kingdom, which included not only present-day Western Nepal, but also like the Kailash area and the Sutlej Valley. Now, yeah, like to sum up this part of my talk, well, Giuseppe Tucci really had the chance, you know, to live in an ancient Tibetan world, and which was still intact also when I was traveling in these areas. And just as the saint Senge Yeshe had to cope with robbers, Tucci also met Santi e Briganti, at least according to his diary. But you know, like these days, well, in Tibet you have less Briganti. You have, yeah, but maybe also less Santi. Anyway, I just add, if you allow me, another part, like which was from my recent trip to Western Tibet. And of course, traveling like was, or at least up to 2019, it was much easier than at the time of Giuseppe Tucci. And anyway, like after the Shangshun conference, we were allowed to travel to Nari, and we were actually treated as official state guests. And we were shown like most interesting sites of Western Tibet. And wherever we went, we could freely document or take photos. So like if you go to a place and you're told, well, you can take photos of everything. So like, where do you go? Well, you go to places where you usually can't go. And that's the like private chapel of the Guge kings in Saparang. And I had to climb 100 altitude meters to reach this small chapel, and had a closer look there. And then I could compare my findings with what Tucci had described in his temple of Western Tibet and their artistic symbolism, Saparang, that's Indo-Tibetica 3.2. And when you enter this chapel, you basically find on the walls like 3 pendates, like a 5-fold like group of like tantric deities, like based on the Vajradhatu Mandala. You have like 5 aspects of like nearly every tantric cycle. So on the back, you know, like when you enter this chapel, you see the 5 aspects of the Guhya Samarcha Tantra. And now there's one thing, you know, like I noticed that Giuseppe Tucci didn't take a photo of the central deity. He only took the 2 left and the 2 right ones. In the middle, there was a 3-dimensional statue of Chakrasambhara, of the deity Chakrasambhara. And that was deteriorated. And in modern travelogues or travel guides, it is said that it was destroyed by the Cultural Revolution, but that's not true. Giuseppe Tucci reports that it was already destroyed at his time in 1933. Now, again, you know, like when I read Tucci, I found that he did not properly document what he had seen. And I was just making like a few notes of that which was visible. Of course, I had not the special equipment of making old scripts visible. I mean, I could only document what I could see without touching the wall. And above the Guhya Samarcha pentate, you find like small figures with inscriptions of Vajradhara, Tilopa, Naro. That's the famous transmission lineage of the Kakyu. And then like on the right side, you have a pendate of 5 Hevajras. And on top of that, you find, among others, Tsongkhapa and his main disciples, Gyaltsab Che and Ketrup Che. So Ketrup Che, well, like, and Gyaltsab Che, they lived up to the middle of the 15th century. So that means like whatever we find now, like the wall paintings can't be older than the middle of the 15th century. And I could read like a few small figures also on the left side of the temple inside, and that's the Chakrasambhara pendate. And there were some Mahasiddhas, and also Atisha is mentioned there. Now, when we are going to the right side, you know, like you enter the temple on the right wall, you have the 5 aspects of Hevajra Tantra. And there is again, you know, like one aspect of Hevajra has not been photographed by Tucci. It seems, you know, like he missed on one deity on one wall each, which is and then, you know, like he wrongly identified the green Hevatra as the Padmadaka, which should be actually like the Vishwadaka. Of big interest is also that, you know, this green Hevatra has a horse face, and that's really rare, and you don't find anywhere else, except like there is one tanka in Dharamsala where like a horse-faced green Hevatra is depicted as the entourage of the whole deity assembly. Anyway, in the Himalayan archives, like you don't find the location of this horse-faced Hevatra, and if you wonder where it is, well, it's in the private Demchok chapel of Saparang, in like the upper chapel, so to say, on the right side of the wall, and the most right figure. I mean, I can't understand that Tucci himself mistook, like, I mean, how is it possible, you know, that for somebody like Giuseppe Tucci, that he doesn't recognize that it is not a Padmadaka, but a Vishwadaka? I mean, it looks to me that like he had some people like helping him in doing his documentation work, and that he didn't survey everything properly. Also, there is one like picture missing on this right side. On the left side, you have a pendate of the 5 chakra samvaras, but I don't like to go into detail there. But there also, there is one picture missing. Now, I was asking myself, why didn't they take this 5th picture? And one reason is maybe that it was destroyed, that because you could see signs of water, rainwater dripping into the chapel, and it could have been destroyed at the time of Giuseppe Tucci, and that they were like repaired or like painted again after Giuseppe Tucci had visited. And like if you have a completely destroyed depiction of a deity on which you can't recognize much, probably, you know, they thought, well, we don't waste a picture like for a completely destroyed painting. Now, there is one thing I want to share also with you. Like when you like enter the main chapel, on the right side, there is a huge protector deity. And in his like documentation, Giuseppe Tucci says, well, this is a Chanda Maha Roshana protector, but I could not see any Chanda Maha Roshana protector in the whole chapel. But in lieu of this Chanda Maha Roshana, I found like a 6-armed Mahakala, and the iconography is exactly as the one of a 6-armed Mahakala. And there is also a Tibetan inscription which says Yeshegi Gumbo Chatrukpa. So it's like a wisdom protector with 6 arms. Now, when you look, you compare these two pictures, like it seems like the faces and everything are still the same, you know, like the 5 skulls on top, everything, you know, like the ornaments, except that the arms have been kind of repainted, like, well, that's my impression anyway. And so you can easily like transform a Chanda Maha Roshana protector into a 6-armed Mahakala by like changing the arms and the attributes of like the weapons he holds in his hands. Now, if this is really like what happened, and something must have happened, you know, because there are these discrepancies, then it means, you know, like that, like after 1933, like lamas or like owners of the temple, they could have repaired like paintings, added a few things, or also changed a few things. So like what I gather from that is that I really suggest surveying systematically all the temples which Giuseppe Tucci has documented in Tibet, and go there and just check whether the deities are still the same or whether something has been changed. And this may tell us maybe something about the time after 1933. Well, thank you very much for your attention. I hope I didn't bombard you with too much information. But you know, like this temple of Tsaparang is closely related to the Mala kings. So it was like from there, you know, from this seat of from this royal seat, the kings of Semcha moved to Nepal. So that's why I have added this to my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your long and insightful report. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure we'll have questions.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on this comparison of Chanda Maharoshana and the six-armed Mahakala. They are both there. And so for some reason, there must be something in your notes that you overlap them. But because according to the record that I have on, and I can share that on the screen. Let me see.
Well, that's a very good solution of the problem.
So they are essentially both there. And you'll see on one side, it's the Chanda Maharoshana, and on the other side, the six-armed Mahakala. And they have different donor depictions underneath. And
so do you know where they are located in the temple?
They are both in the no,
are they on the right side or not? I mean,
they must be on the entrance side. That's where usually the donor depictions are.
Sure, but on the left side or on the right side? That's the question, yeah.
I'm not sure because I just have the access to the pictures. That's all. These are from Lionel Fournier's DVD, who kind of documented many things.
Yeah, and he like the pictures are taken at the same time. I mean, they have not been taken in different years. That's the question.
He collected, but it's very clear from the context underneath and above that these are different depictions to me. And so that's why I was kind of surprised by the notion that they have been recently repainted, because I myself haven't seen so much evidence for that elsewhere.
I was also surprised by that, and but the thing is I could not find a Maharoshana when I was there. I was looking for it. So like one possibility is that, you know, like the pictures from Lionel are from different years. But you know,
I can still compare, but I doubt that this is the same place, because on one hand you have the Lama, the donation on the monastic side, on the other side you have the Jindak. Yeah.
Well, I compared, you know, the Tucci's painting of the Maharoshana to the my own picture, and the surroundings exactly are the same. So that's why, and on top of that, I could not find the Maharoshana. So that's how I came to my conclusion.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for this very important information. Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'll invite Yunfei to join us again and deliver his final remarks. Thank you, Yunfei.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna share my screen, and I know it's. I'll keep myself short because it's now dinner time in Hong Kong, and I suppose it's lunchtime in Europe. So let me put it this way. There is no equivalent in any other language for the American slang word cool. But that doesn't mean cool didn't exist long before the buzzword was invented. For me, cool is not power, it's not elegance, it's not wealth, it's not swagger. For me, it is Salvador Dali with his mustache, and Sherlock Holmes with his tobacco pipe, and Giuseppe Tucci with his Sanskrit manuscripts. Tucci passed away in 1984, almost 40 years ago, but his legacy endures. One of the many purposes of this symposium is to reassess the enduring relevance of Tucci's scholarship. As a very cool polymath and a 20th century Renaissance man, Tucci taught himself Hebrew, Chinese, and Sanskrit before going to university. He worked across such diverse fields as art history, comparative philology, Buddhist epistemology, historical linguistics, and even translation studies, which is my own area of expertise. So here, let me give you a concrete example of Tucci's insight as a critic of translation, versed in many languages. As you can see on my PowerPoint slide, in 1933, the Frenchman Gustave Charles Toussaint published a French translation of Guru Rinpoche, Pamasambhava's most influential biography, the Bema Gathang. This was the first full translation of the Bema Gathang in a European language, and a milestone of Western Tibetology for me. But there is a problem with Toussaint's French translation. It is chock full of errors and mistakes. This shouldn't surprise us because Toussaint's main occupation was acting as chief magistrate of the Shanghai French Concession. He taught himself some Tibetan when stationed in Shanghai, and then completed a French translation of a manuscript of the Bema Gathang, which he had acquired in eastern Tibet at the Tang Monastery in 1911, right before the collapse of the Manchu Qing dynasty. And he basically completed his translation by consulting dictionary entries. For example, he literally translated the name of Pamasambhava's Tibetan consort Yishi Tsoge as the victory of the ocean of gnosis, which is pure nonsense, as you can tell. So in 1937, Tucci reviewed Toussaint's French translation of the Bema Gathang in the Journal of Royal Asiatic Society, pointing out its many problems by closely reading the Tibetan and French texts side by side. So here is the point I'm trying to make. I think Tucci's critique is still relevant today. This is because in 1978, an English translation of the Bema Gathang was published in California based on Toussaint's previous French rendition and naturally reproduced all its mistakes and errors. Very unfortunately, this error-ridden indirect translation has remained the only English language full translation of the Bema Gathang to this day. Needless to say, Tucci's contribution is multifaceted, and his mode of research is unabashedly interdisciplinary. As today's 9 presenters have collectively demonstrated, Tucci's methodology, combining textual scholarship, archaeology, historiography, visual studies and the comparative philosophy is still relevant today, not just for Buddhist scholars, but also for humanities scholars across all disciplines. There is a very unfortunate trend in today's Anglophone academy, at least in my field, in the field of comparative literature and translation studies. Namely, armchair intellectuals often use critical theory to deconstruct practically everything, in particular, the necessity of learning obscure languages and traveling to remote localities. But Tucci's writings offer us an alternative, an invaluable alternative, I would argue, which shows us the potential of close reading, fieldwork, and encyclopedic erudition in deepening our understanding of the cultures of East and West alike. Thank you. That's my closing remark.
Thank you very much, Yunfei. I think I speak for both of us if I say that I'm most grateful to all of the speakers. Thank you for preparing and presenting such interesting and diverse topics. I'd like to thank the audience for joining us for such a dense and long program. I thank Cindy Lau for her technical support, and you, Yunfei, of course, for planning this together. Thank you all very much. I hope you have a good weekend. I hope we keep in touch and the conversations continue by email and at other forums and occasions. And I've been most pleased with this event, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. And thank you for participating.